Hello, good evening, and welcome to a very special script notes podcast, which you can probably see from the fact that we don't have a script up. Is going to be a little bit weirder than normal, but some things aren't weird, um, or at least any weirder than normal. And to highlight that point, I am, as always, joined by Navian. Hi, Navian. How are you doing?
I appreciate that correction. I would be very insulted if I was not referred to as weird.
I mean, of course. I like to think I know you better than that. But um, we've got you. It's just going to be a perfectly normal episode of Script Notes where we don't actually talk about a script. But as you can probably guess from the giant picture of today's guest, with his hair changing color every 5 seconds or 3 seconds,
Yeah.
joining us this week is Ed Gabriel from the Pandemonium Institute. Hi, Ed.
Hi, Alejo. I was curious about your implication that you weren't weird.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The picture that we've got up here, as you can tell from the little, much smaller picture in the top left of the screen, is the full version of Ed's Discord profile picture, which was drawn by Navian. So, when I say that Navian is a talented artist, this is what we're talking about.
If you say so.
I do. And how are you doing today, Ed?
Yeah, not too bad. Just being entertained by. I've just opened up the stream, and you're not wrong. The color changing of the hair is quite fun.
It is.
It works out well.
It's really quite pleasing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that the pink really doesn't work with your broader background, it would be great.
It really doesn't.
What are you talking about? Alejo's background is like pink and lavender. This just happens to be a little bit brighter
Yeah,
pink, but it's fine. It's in the same color family.
It's a markedly different shade of pink, though. To be
Yeah,
fair,
it's hot pink as opposed to pale pink.
to be fair, the lavender is kind of an average of the blue and the pink. Ed, I've played a few games with you in person. I don't think your hair was anything other than blue for any of them.
Yeah, that'd be correct. I don't. To be fair, I don't actually change that often, but when I do, I tend to go a bit ridiculous. But I haven't done that for a while, mainly because I was doing interviews for like sensible jobs and shit, which, fuddy-duddy old white people don't tend to like bright-colored hair.
Bubblegum hair.
So I tend to wait until just after I've got the job, then dye it.
That is the trick, yes.
Does that mean that we've got another color coming soon because you recently got a new job?
Not for my main function.
Okay,
but
you only go with your primary job, not the side gigs.
Yeah, and I've
Okay.
only got 2 of those at the minute.
Yeah.
Well, 1.5. Round it up.
Yeah, awesome. Well, like I've been hinting at for the last however long we've been live, 4 minutes. We're not going to be talking about a script today. Ed, I asked you if you wanted to come and talk to us about a script, and you pretty much said no. Don't have any scripts I want to talk to you about. But you had a different idea. Do you want to take us through your idea that we're doing today?
Yeah, I mean, I can start from the no, I don't have a script. I discovered quite rapidly after we started the script competitions for Kickstarter characters being released on the stream and various other things, that I ended up seeing so many scripts that anytime I started writing one, I went, oh, this is just that one that I saw the other day. And so basically, I think, obviously I haven't seen every single combinatoric of all of the released characters, but after however many it was, 20 odd script competitions just for the Kickstarter releases, and the bunch before that we did as well, and a lot of those Kickstarter release competitions had 40-50 entries. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of them. So yeah, there's very few combinations, or at least because the script is sort of defined usually by the core, somewhere between 5 and 15, sorry, 5 and 10 even characters that are like, this is the concept of the script. I think anytime I start writing one, I'm like, oh, this just feels like that other thing. So yeah, when Alejo asked, I was like, no, I don't have a script that I've written that I want to talk about. Or, well, there are plenty of scripts I've written that I want to talk about, but none of them that I'm allowed to talk about in public. Spoilers. So yeah, so I said no initially, and then to be fair, Alejo did ask me if I had anything else that I wanted to talk about. I didn't just turn around and go, I know that you have you have a stream/podcast type thing that does this one thing, and I want to do something different. They did say, okay, if there's something else you want to talk about, let me know. And I have a whole series of things that, to be fair, Alejo and I tend to have a lot of discussions a lot of times about a lot of the...
I don't know what you're talking
about. A lot of the not necessarily direct mechanics of Clock Tower, but the broader concepts. So this sometimes comes from direct mechanics. So it sometimes comes from Alejo going, how does this work? Why doesn't this work? But sometimes they're just like, what do you do in this situation? And so, I mean, broadly, what I wanted to talk about was just Clock Tower without being specific. But one of the things that I get asked quite a lot, because I have ended up taking over from John G as the rules guy, it was basically how I interpret abilities and rules interactions, because I thought, you know what, there's very few people in this world who understand the rules as well as the pair of you, so this felt like a very good environment to discuss them.
That's very nice of you to say.
That is. Also, I want to return to something you said before and say, Ed, the trick to writing scripts prolifically, despite having seen quite a lot of scripts, is to just develop memory problems, because that's what I do.
That's a good solution.
It's a strategy. Before we go any further, we have a question from chat, and Emma says, Ed, just break your contracts and release some characters. It's fine, no one will notice. Will you be revealing any characters on stream today?
I mean, I can tell you more about the orthodontist, but that's probably not what people were hoping for.
I tried, Emma. I tried. Kat suggests coming up with fake characters. Can we do that?
Well,
I mean, I've done that before.
Orthodontist.
Yeah.
Yeah. The orthodontist is a very real character. Go on, Ed. Tell us about a totally real character.
I know. I'm going to do this in the general sense and own up to the fact that I think I've told you this before, Alejo, that there have been times when I've quotes accidentally name dropped characters on the unofficial, or on stream when I know that Ben's coming, going to drag us back to the town square relatively soon, to see if they make it onto the various docs that people have come up with of lists of spoiled characters, which doesn't often work, but has worked a few times. I can confirm there's at least one character on there that I made up wholesale that has made it onto the spoiler docs.
Are you telling me that the Peplo isn't real?
I am giving no hints as to which characters I've made up. I will admit that there's one very disappointing combination where I spent a very enjoyable 10 minutes with Google Translate. I can't remember what word I put in. I think it was like fabricated or something, and just translated it into a bunch of different languages and then anglicized the result.
Is that the Peplo, the Exoxy, and the Braguere that I've just found in the speculation and spoilers chat?
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah,
that'll be some of them. You and Lachlan were chatting about.
Yeah. So yeah, there are definitely some where I just translated like lies and fabricated into other languages and then anglicized the result so it looked like it might feasibly be the sort of thing that Steve would make up.
Yeah. So I don't think that those documents tend to be updated that much these days.
Yeah.
That will be that. It is a fun sport. I will say that.
100%.
Yeah. Anyway. We'll be talking about some of those more mechanical, high concept discussions in a little bit, but this is still a script building podcast. So we are going to be talking about script buildings for the first part of it, the first half of it or so. And like you say, you mentioned the script competitions. We also have some script competitions that we've run a couple of times, so we'll talk about that in a bit. But I think the first thing that we really need to talk about is just to chat about the game. Tell us about how you found Clocktower, Ed.
I'm actually slightly odd in that I was not a gamer even 4 years ago. I was not a gamer. I started gaming because a friend of mine I knew for completely different reasons was at his house with a load of friends, and he went, "We're playing this game," and so we played some games. And then I was like, "Well, that was really fun." And so the next time I was going to see that friend, I was like, can we go and play some games?" And so rather than going to his house, we went to a board game event at a local pub. And like 2 weeks after that, I happened to be skimming through Kickstarter, which I used to go through occasionally anyway, not for games reasons, and saw Blood on the Clocktower, which I think it was like day 2 of the Kickstarter campaign, and went, "Well, that looks cool. There's a lot about that I love the idea of." And I backed it. And then after I backed it, I told some friends about it, and one of them went, "Oh, there's some guy is running a game of this in Derby, like next Wednesday. Do you want, like, I'll drive if you want to go." So we turned up to a random game that Ben Burns was running in a little board game cafe in Derby, and had a lot of fun. Had a riot. It was very silly.
That character wasn't released yet.
Well, yeah. Speaking of which, like, Ben did run a playtest character that night, which we definitely don't mention.
Sure.
But
no one has ever heard the story of what happened there.
No. But yeah, I had a lot of fun, and so I was like, "Yeah, you know what? I'll go look into this some more." And then went back on the Kickstarter. Because I was thinking, I'll just put a comment on saying I've just played this, with one of the guys that's working for them. It was really good fun, and see if, just because I thought there was good feedback and the fact that other people would see it. And as I was about to write that comment, I saw that David, who runs the Unofficial, had just posted the first link to the Unofficial on there. So I joined the Unofficial. I was about the sort of 14th or something person on the Unofficial. And just sort of rolled from there. Got obsessed. Didn't play very many games, but ran a lot. And rolled up to one of the conventions that Ben was doing like 3 months later, with the full intent of just playing a lot of Clocktower. And about halfway through day 1, Ben turned around and went, "Look, I really need a break. Here's a Grimoire, run TB." And I was like, "Sure." And then over that convention weekend, I ran, I don't know, 7 or 8 games of TB, and my first ever games of BMR and S&V, which was a 19-player BMR and a 20-player S&V, starting at 1 and 3 a.m. respectively.
Amazing.
Trial by fire.
Yeah, I ran a game of what was the script? It was Ekin's script that I've got the name of. Lunar Eclipse?
Yeah.
Yeah. At 3 a.m. It did not go well at Strange Games. But
it's tricky.
I mean, to be fair, I can understand that from Ben. He ran a lot of games. Like, he runs a lot of games over the course of a convention weekend, so you can kind of understand that. I just need to take a sit down for a moment.
Yeah, I think the other side of it was the complete trust. Like, he'd met me once at that games event that I first played at, and then the second time I'm meeting him at this convention, where I think I played I played 2 games and was hanging around and chatting with him before the next one, and he just went, "Yeah, you know what? I think you're fine. Have this Grimoire." And he didn't, like, the other thing was he watched me set up and walked away. He's mentioned to me since that he was fully expecting to, like, hang around for the first night, maybe through the first day, and sort of into the start of the second night, and then go to the bar and get a drink and his lunch. And, like, he watched me pull out characters and start the rules explanation and went, "Oh, he's fine," and just walked off.
That sounds like Ben, to be fair.
So yeah, that's how I got into Clocktower. I got very obsessed very quickly, and then discovered that I like the way the mentality works. I like the way the social aspect works. I like the community. I like the rules. I just enjoyed so much about it. The fact that I was reading through and see things like the Revolutionary, which the following year at that same convention, HandyCon, the first one I went to, Ben was happily running a large game that I decided to join because they'd lost a player or two for. And during a night, I heard this voice behind me go, I'm signed up for the next game, but I'm blind and I can't leave this wheelchair. Can I play? And Ben went, and I went, I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's like with my eyes closed, going, it's just hand in the air, going, Ben, I'll run it. I'll tell you about it in a minute. And so, yeah, the fact that that exists and that you can run for any need, more or less, as long as someone can cognitively grasp the game, we can run for anyone, and I think that's delightful. So we had, I just got so much joy out of looking at the game and everything you could do with it, and how open it was and how welcoming it was, and those experiences really back that up. So
yeah, this is the Revolutionary. Really, is one of the many things that sets this game aside from the rest of the field. Like, it's such a brilliant concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
To have accessibility and like people thinking about accessibility pre-written into the game is something that I can assure you disabled people are not used to.
Yeah, it's not even like it's an optional or variant. I mean, it is a variant rule or an optional rule, but it's like so core to the game's philosophy that, like, the concept of the fabled, that they come into script design and yet also have this effect on the game.
Yeah,
like they're as much a part of the game as any other character, right?
Yeah, the fact that they're so, like, yeah, technically they're an optional rule, but they're so integral to the game that if you said to literally any player in the world who's ever played Clock Tower, oh, we're adding a fable to this game, they wouldn't even question that. It's not like it's not like most optional rules in most games where that's like possibly controversial or majorly changes things. It's like, no, yeah, sure, that's a thing that is part of this game. It's just so integrated.
I think that you and Ted need to get together and have a talk, like for people to watch you two talk about accessibility in Clock Tower. I think you two would be great together for that.
I'll be honest. I joined a round table of Ted's once because I was curious, and to be fair to the poor other sods who were in that round table, Ted and I had a fair amount of conversation on that front. Which was really lovely, and yeah, it is really interesting. I love talking to Ted about it. To be fair,
but you need to do it so that the public can benefit from this information.
I mean, I would like to say that the public did benefit, because if I remember correctly, this roundtable was quite early on in Ted running them comparatively, and I think of the other people that are in that, at least 4 of them run major public groups in the US out of 9 odd people.
Nathan, do you just want to quickly touch on who Ted and what a roundtable is?
Yeah, Ted is a fairly prominent US community member, and he is an incredibly kind person, just absolutely lovely. If you ever have the chance to meet Ted, I know that he sometimes can go to conventions and runs games and stuff there. You should seek him out and say hi. He is currently on hiatus from running roundtables, but roundtables are basically where he gets a group of people together and you just talk about various clock tower things at the table. It's a very open discussion, and most of the time it's not about like the mechanics of the game. He likes to focus on like group dynamics and how to make the atmosphere a positive and happy and healthy place for everyone.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure of talking to Ted, but I've only ever heard positive things.
Yeah, Ted's a delight. Ted really thinks about the community. They will be dead pleased to the first thought after us discussing the Revolutionary is talking about them.
Yeah. Just to sort of go back a bit, because you've kind of already answered this question, but this is the first question that we've got from chat that I want to make sure that I do read out. It's kind of for all of us, but I think Nadia and I have already touched on this subject with our first 2 episodes, which I think they're both on YouTube. But what was with like you've kind of already answered, but what was your first memory of playing Clock Tower? What was the setting? Do you remember your character? If it's one you can talk about. Um, did you have any kind of did you get what was going on like right from the start?
Okay, I mean, ironically I don't remember my own character. What I can remember is someone else's.
Sure.
And that was because it will probably not surprise anyone who knows me or my personality at all that between this friend being like, yeah, someone's running some games next week, and us turning up to those games, I had read the rulebook and all 3 almanacs probably twice each.
Yeah, I think I think that might be something that all of the people in this call have in common.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I rolled up to this first game, and I genuinely can't remember what I got, what character I had, but someone, the owner of the board game cafe, who had turned around to one of his staff and been like, there's a gap in this game, right? We were selling X tickets and there's X minus one. And this staff member went, yeah. And he went, great, I'm playing. You've got the bar, and walked off, which was great. And so he came and joined this game. And so he was sat next to me and messed up a washerwoman bluff right off the bat.
Yeah.
So we executed him. That's pretty much how that went. And I really tried hard not to like just be immediately like, this guy fucked up. But someone else was like, is that how that worked? And Ben tried to do the like demurring thing of, I'm not going to hard confirm that an evil player's bluffing. But enough people were like, this is weird, that we executed him, and so we played another game immediately afterwards. So yeah, I don't remember my own character. I remember his from that first game. I remember that in the second game I was the Baron, and I think in succession bluffed Fortune Teller, then Raven Keeper, then bluffed Fortune Teller, who'd claimed to be Raven Keeper when they got outed in order to cover the fact they were actually the Fortune Teller. Got to the final 3, and then we executed the third person who wasn't me or the demon.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good stuff. We're not really going to be talking about playing the game much, but how do you feel like how do you handle that sort of a situation where you're playing with a new player and they've maybe not quite understood the character, either the character that they've got or the character that they're bluffing as? How do you like to handle that situation? Because it can I feel like it can be a little bit feels bad to be just oh no, that's not how that character works, we're going to have to kill you, but at the same time you can't ignore that person is insisting that they got the character wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean, personally, it very much depends on the rest of the environment. If it's a game full of new players and I'm just playing it to make up numbers, then I just won't say anything. I might even pull them aside and be like, let's have a private conversation. And then I'll try and lead them to the correct answers.
Yeah.
I might pull in that situation. Now I would probably, and in a group where it's entirely new players, I might pull that player aside and be like, oh, okay, so you said you were the washerwoman. So which 2 people did you see? And because I think the most common washerwoman one is like, I saw this person and this character is quite a common washerwoman mistake. And so you can just sort of lead them to it and give them a chance to correct. And at least they most of the time, if you nudge that way, they will notice. So I tend to do that in new player games. And then I'm not playing a new player game to win. I'm playing a new player game to fill out the numbers, to help.
The new players enjoy the game, right?
Yeah, so I'm not going to push that. Like, if someone else recognizes that and asks me the question, then yeah, I'll tell them the truth. I'll tell them how the rules works. But then that's another player doing that. That's that's a new player. That's up to them.
I will say though, sometimes new players can surprise you, and you might think that they messed something up, but actually it's really clever. My fun story that I like to tell about that is I was playing an in-person game last year, and it was just a Teensyville, so there were like 6 of us, and it was a Teensy TB, and this was this player's second game ever. And he comes up to me and he pulls me aside and he's like, hey, so you're my demon, right? And I was like, no, I'm just the investigator. I'm like, did did you see the Grim wrong? I'm like, you need to go talk to the storyteller and see maybe if they'll let you take a look at that Grim again or something, because I'm not your demon, dude. I'm sorry. And I was like, I'm not gonna out you. Don't worry about it. Like, just go back to the storyteller, ask them to chat and see if you can like get something fixed for you or whatever. And then it turned out that he wasn't the spy who had seen the Grim wrong. He was the fortune teller who got a yes, who understood that the demon doesn't learn who their minion is in a teensyville. So he went to both of his yes pings and was like, hey, I'm your spy.
Amazing.
Nice.
So like, yeah, I tried to do the nice thing where I was like, I'm not gonna out you. It's okay. Like, you know, I'm gonna leave this alone, but I'm
fair,
not it.
I bet they got the absolute best social read off you.
But I think he said, yeah, that is what happened. And what's really funny is I was the investigator. I did see a spy, so I knew there was a spy in the game. And the funny thing is that the spy had actually talked to the actual demon who was the fortune teller's other yes in that choice. So he goes up to the demon next and is like, yeah, hey, so I'm your spy. And the demon was like, the fuck are you talking about? My spy's already spoken to me. I mean, like, he didn't say that, but internally that's the thought process.
I did I heard a story. I can't remember where it was. It might have been Cult of the Clock Tower, the real Clock Tower podcast. That about a player who that like it was their first game or their second game or something like that. And they just it got into the final three, and there were two, and they were like just like in public, top of the day, in final three. Okay, so I've killed the last good player, or the second to last good player. So now there's two of us evils left, and only one good player, right? So we win. And then everyone was like, "Oh no, that's not how that works. But we're gonna have to execute you now." Yeah, yeah, that was the minion.
Yeah, I think I've heard that story before. So yeah, sometimes new players can absolutely surprise you with just the most clever plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I prefer to go down the line of just nudging, because a lot of the time they'll turn around and be like, you know, if they're in that situation where they are making a play, you can tell from the doubling down or the way they respond to it. And if they're not, then they appreciate the help. And you haven't had to turn around and be like, this is how it goes.
And yeah, you don't have to just ruin somebody's game immediately.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Michelle, for that question. To go on from what we were talking about, your first game, and then you helping Ben out at the convention. How did that lead to where you are now, involved and a member of the Pandemonium Institute?
It's a very convoluted route, I think. I'm genuinely so. I think the major thing is that Ben asked if I would be willing to be what was then an official storyteller. So got access to playtest characters and was sort of trusted to run games at conventions. So if Ben didn't go to every convention in the UK, then I could happily have turned up on my own, and TPI would have been very happy for me to be a Clock Tower presence there that they had authorized, which is broadly what the official storytellers were. And so I got sort of access to the playtest characters and some of the other bits and pieces and started running some of those. But also, I spent a lot of time on the unofficial and on various other servers playing and running. Helped Ben set up the original live streams and storytold a lot on those, and obviously got more known as a result of it. And then I don't remember exactly why I started writing the Kickstarter character write-ups. I genuinely can't remember. Like, I think I was just like, well, people need this information, so I'm going to write it out. And then I did. And then obviously that was the only rules. That's the only pseudo almanac that people had. So they were using them. And through that, like, because initially whenever I had questions for those, I was dropping big loads of questions in the official storytellers Facebook group and things. which Evan and Steve were having to answer along with a couple of others. And over time, that morphed from me just asking that community to me just directly messaging Steve and being like, so here's all the problems I found with this character. Here's 3 or 4 interactions that may or may not need jinxes. Here's my proposed jinxes if I think they do need jinxes. Here's some things that we don't have answers to and I need you to answer, and depending on the answer they might need a jinx. Various other things like that. And so I end up getting that bit of a closer relationship with all of the current team TPI, to be honest. Obviously I do quite a lot with Ben anyway, being sort of major faces in the UK and running a lot of the conventions here, but got more exposure to the rest of them. And so I think when they had sort of a broader community role and needed various other bits and pieces, it made a lot of sense to turn around and go, can you do this from the inside, so that there's less of you yelling at us from the outside. So, fair enough. I got recruited on what's a relatively open brief. In my main job is helping sort community things. Basically, between Ben and I, we run sort of the community aspect for TPI that isn't related to social media, which Andy has. With the idea being that Ben does a lot of the streaming, more monetizable stuff, the No Rules Barred, the going on to other streams, and the pushing us to the broader gaming community, Gen Con streams, etc. And I'm covering a lot of the more extant Clock Tower community in terms of keeping an eye on things, feeding back to TPI what I hear from the community, feeding back to TPI sort of rules queries and rules changes that are needed, feeding back thoughts on releases, feeding back what the general vibe in the community is in response to things that they announce or they intend to do, and helping them prioritize and that sort of thing. And Kat's not inaccurate in that a lot of my job is to be is to both be tactful and to do the things that other people don't want to do. Like, no one wants to have the awkward conversation, and I tend to make those happen if I can, but in the best way I can.
Yeah. I've seen you do that not just at TPI, but on the unofficial as well.
I feel like, Ed, you're the mechanic with all of the tools, and you're doing like the tinkering and putting up the structures, and Ben is the one who's like running the carnival rides, getting people to come onto it. He's responsible for putting on all of the fancy flashing lights that draws people in.
Yeah, that tracks. I can go with that.
Yeah, fair enough. So I kind of asked you this before, but this was I kind of asked you that this is a storyteller. On the last Q&A session, I asked you for your Clock Tower highlight, the Patreon Q&A, that is. This time I'm going to ask you to tell me about a specific game that stands out in your memory, as a player or as a storyteller, whatever. Just tell me about the best game, the most standout game that you can remember playing.
That's difficult because I kind of operate in 2 different spheres here. There's one angle where I'm a solver. I'm known as a solver, and that's one of the things I enjoy about Clock Tower. And so when someone genuinely breaks my capacity to solve, that's so instantly memorable for me. Like, I've had games where people have come up with such the perfect lie, and in a situation where you would have thought there was enough information that you'd be able to solve anyway, and where everything seemed to be pointing the right way, or not everything, specifically just the right amount of stuff seems to be pointing in the right direction, that it looked like we were right, and I believe that to the end. There's 2 or 3 games I've played where that's happened, where it's literally like from about day 3 to day 5 when it ended, I was like, this is the evil team. Everything makes sense for this to be the evil team. Let's execute these 3 people, and one of them will be the demon. And even as we'd passed the, tricky but not impossible vote on the final day, you're like, yeah, this tallies exactly with how this would work if we've nailed it, and then finding out you've lost. Like, that blows my mind. I love those games. I love finding out that I've lost for all the wrong reasons. I've had so much fun with some of those games, but conversely, I've also had an absolute riot with just stupid games. There's been some games where people are just like, I'm just going to do something funny because I feel like it. The Jack and Patters special. It's just they come into day one like, woohoo! What now?
Do you remember the VR games that we played, Ed?
Yeah.
I was the game 2 where the birth of the horrible Goosian. That was the origin story of how I became a goose, and I was the poisoner.
Check the monk script notes that's now on YouTube if you want to see more about that.
Yeah, so I was the poisoner in that game, and I think you were the soldier, and you were the soldier who had been. I can't remember. Did you kill yourself on the Virgin, or did the lycanthrope kill you? I think the lycanthrope killed you, right?
I think it was lycanthrope, yeah.
Yeah, and Evil still managed to win that somehow. I was sure that we wouldn't. Adam was the demon. I was a poisoner. Jack came out with So Jack came out on the final day having died, being like, yeah, I'm the Raven Keeper. I saw Adam as the imp. And I forget what Jack actually was, but he was not the Raven Keeper. And so he was just like, yeah, I saw Adam as the imp. And then that was going to be like the end of it until he was like, okay, I'm not actually the Raven Keeper. And all of a sudden, I think Jack doing that just like pulled the rug out from under you.
Yeah. I really, I don't remember the exact details of what he claimed and what he was actually. What I remember was like me and Chris desperately trying to reconstruct worlds afterwards. Like, no, wait, but this doesn't. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun. And actually, one other, I just apologize, Lehi. You asked for one, and I've given you like 5.
No, please, please.
The other one that I explicitly remember is a friend of ours who plays with my Sheffield crowd called Jimmy. I think we'd played, I don't know, 2 or 3 Legion games, and because I'm a bastard, only one of those first 3 Legion scripts had Legion in play, despite the fact it was like 2 demons, one of which is Legion. And so like the Legion paranoia was pretty high, and I ran this next game, which was not a Legion game, and like most people were pretty settled, like, yeah, information's making sense for it to not be Legion, rolling along. But Jimmy had the paranoia and all of the paranoia, and I think on about day 4, when everyone else was relatively happy that it wasn't Legion, he just went off. Like, someone nominated someone else, and there was a weird accusation of defense. To be fair to Jimmy, there was one of those accusation of defenses where you're like, I'm not sure what either of you are talking about. And then that vote went round, didn't get enough, and someone nominated Jimmy. And before I'd even, like, literally the words, I nominate Jimmy, came out of someone's mouth, and before I'd even said, what's your accusation, Jimmy just went off like a fucking firework. Like, it's a Legion game. What the hell is this? This is absolute bullshit. This is Legion. I can't believe you lot have been hiding this from me. And I was just... And I was falling over laughing. And you could see, and it's like, I could laugh because I was watching 12 other people sat, in that moment when you can't decide whether to laugh or be shocked. And they were like, some of them are laughing, some of them are doing the slightly awkward giggle when you can't really decide, and some of them have genuinely got like jaw dropped as this explosion is going off. And I've never found a game of Clock Tower so funny. It's just that one rampage where it just, everything coalesced in his paranoia for that to happen.
Have I played with Jimmy?
You might have done. Hates mathematicians.
I'm not sure I have.
No, you might not have done. He's at about half of our games, so there's every chance that you might have missed him in the few you've played with us.
Fair. I remember a game that kind of ties up all of the many different games that we've been talking about at Strange Games, where it was me in one of Ben's sort of beginner games, but it was an S&B. I was just there again. I was just there to fill up the numbers. And by day 2, maybe day 3, I was kind of like, okay, I know that person is the Nodashi. Everything just fits too neatly for them not to be. And eventually, we did. The rest of town did decide to execute them, but the game continued because there were twins. I had a good feeling who the evil twin was. And then one of them died in the night. One of the twins died in the night. Like, okay, what's going on here? And then another player who I was pretty sure was evil died in the night. And I'm like, this is breaking my brain. And then we got to the roll call, and Ben did. And it turned out that Ben had said, like, taken the pit hag to one side and said, by the way, you can create more demons. You can create evil demons. That they had really taken that to heart, and had just spent the entire game turning all 4 members of the evil team into demons. So we just had this game with just like a bunch of new players, and 4 of them were demons, all of them evil.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Such a weird game.
Man, Ed, speaking of all demons, you remember the game where Jack was the pit hag and he put all the demons in play, and you left me, the good Fangu, alive because I was sweetheart drunk?
Yeah,
yes, I did. Yep.
Yeah, that was like I was thinking about that when you were talking about Jack shenanigans, and that kind of jogged that memory and tripped onto that one.
Oh, that game was hilarious. We woke up one day and I was still alive after having been turned into a demon, and I was like, this feels wrong. I don't know why, but this feels wrong. All of the other players who got turned into demons are dead. I'm not. I'm pretty sure that Ed has left an evil demon alive, and if we don't kill them today, good is going to lose. And I had to spend the entirety of that day convincing the rest of the good team that, like, we explicitly have to kill the evil demon right now or we will lose. I'll kill myself in the night. I managed to do it. I go to kill myself in the night. I wake up alive. And I'm like, oh, God damn it,
Ed. Ed, are you aware that you story told the first game that Navy and I played together?
I am not, actually.
It was also the game that started the Mint War. It was
also the game where there was 2 Night 1 Snake Charmings in a row, and I was involved with both of them.
And Kat was on the wrong side of both of them.
Yeah, I remember. I remember now.
The magician scripts.
It was you and Tyler storytelling the game. Tyler had chat, which means that you are the only other person in the world who has a chance of remembering the conversation between me and Navian where I go. So, just hypothetically, just if I did receive the Leviathan token, not saying I did, but just if I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Alejo was my lunatic, sat right next to me in a matron game. So on day 1, I got to go to them and be like, hey, so like I know that you pulled a demon token, but you're not.
Yeah, those were a train wreck, but did end up being quite
funny
silly.
Train wreck.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think in that matron one, the actual Leviathan did survive till the 5th
Pretty
day.
late, yeah.
But only because there was just like, you could eliminate like 8 people, but there were 12 of you.
So no, what happened was the matron was in for a couple of days, which means I couldn't speak to my evil team. I got the fact that a snake charming had happened confirmed through Nikki the Slayer and into whoever was sat next to Nikki on the other side, who was the artist who asked about it. And then the matron traveled away for like a day, and I went and spoke to my minions, and I, kept up the charade that I was still the demon, and I got the Grim from one of them, and unfortunately they told me who the snake charmer was, but I didn't want to out that information because I thought it was funnier to just keep everything quiet. But Nikki decided to out the information, I think on like day 4. And at that point, it's like, the jig is up. I have the Grim. I know who the snake charmer is. I guess I have to out it.
Was that the one where was that the one where Chris was the snake charmer, or was the other one the one where Chris was the snake charmer?
Chris was the starting snake charmer who picked me on night 1 and was like, oh no, I didn't think they'd be the demon twice in a row.
Yeah.
Kat says that she remembers that game, and I bet you do, Kat. I'm so sorry. So sorry for bringing it up. Okay.
The first game was scuffed too because I had gotten myself into a philosopher double claim as the snake charmer, and so I was like, "Well, fuck, I'm an imp. The only way that I'm possibly surviving is if like I have to star pass." But Aggie caught on to it, and then we were doomed.
Yeah. Let's push on with the next point of discussion. Which is that you said earlier that you don't write scripts anymore, or at least not ones that you can talk about. But do you have any, like, when you first started to get into the game, do you have any old scripts that you're particularly proud of that you can talk about, like that you just want to just quickly run through, that sort of thing?
That's a good question. I actually don't particularly, largely because at the same time as I would have started writing scripts, I think I wrote a few.
And we're back. Sorry about that interruption, Ed. Would you like to say what you were just saying?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't. Just when I would have been writing scripts, there were scripts turning up. Also, you know, when I would have been writing scripts was relatively early in the life of Clock Tower, which is when everyone wanted to be playing the base 3 because the base 3 were new and special still to most people, and we were having so much fun with them that it was quite a while before script writing became, I don't want to say mainstream, but came anywhere near as common, like even the slightest bit as common as it is now.
Sure.
And so it was probably a good 4 or 5 months before I even really thought about writing a script. And by that point, I was playing in games regularly with Jack, who loves writing scripts, and various others who absolutely love writing scripts. And I just never really felt the need, because anytime I turned around and went, "Oh, let's play something custom," there was something there where I was like, "Oh yeah, I had that on my list for a while. I want to play this." So I never really did for public stuff. I've written quite a few playtest scripts, and I apologize for mentioning this, but yeah, I've written quite a few of those because there isn't the same market of people writing them, and because even in the well, I'll tell the rest of the world this for free. You know how?
Ooh, exclusive.
Yeah, you know how in the back of the rulebook you've got the other editions, and how the easiest of them is intermediate, i.e., the same as BMR and S&V. Those are going to have to be very carefully written, because some of the characters on their own, I would say, are more complex than all of S&V. And so one of the reasons I ended up writing playtest scripts was because there aren't that many people in the world who have access and can understand some of the weirder characters and how they're going to interact with all the weird and wonderful things. So I've ended up writing quite a few scripts for some of those, which I look forward to being able to use publicly, because I wrote quite a few scripts which were mostly released characters, and then only a few playtest ones. So hopefully, in time, those playtest characters get released, and we can play some of those scripts.
Yeah, absolutely. In time. I think that's there's something that you two wanted to bring up.
Yeah. So Fraser's question.
We just mentioned while the stream briefly went down.
Yeah. So Fraser's question in chat. Fraser has asked about. This is a long question, so I apologise for repeating it. Do I remember the game where the Pooker poisoned the courtier who had drunked the pit hag, getting the pit hag their ability back? So the pit hag turned the Pooker into a leech, which means that the courtier was no longer poisoned. So the pit hag was re-drunked, and so you've basically prevented the arbitrary deaths, and the leech got to choose a new person to poison. And it should be observed, this was going into the final 3.
And yeah, I was the courtier in this situation. I don't remember what you were, Ed.
I don't remember. I was dead. I'd been dead for a while. I think I died like either day 1, night 2, maybe day 2 in that game. I'd been dead for a while, and so I was just working on solving it. And Fraser is correct, because Fraser's phrasing on this was, I think this was the first game they remember me being as good, but not being able to solve it. And I want to refute that ever so slightly. I couldn't solve the mechanics, but I knew that Nadine was evil. Nadine being the one who had turned into the Fleech. I didn't know that they were evil before that night, but as soon as that night, as soon as we came into the next day, I was like, no, Nadine's evil, this person is evil, that person is evil. The problem is that we can't necessarily work out what's going on.
But Nadine was hard outing as evil on that final day, and we were all struggling with what that meant. And I think you needed like maybe 10 more seconds to get there, but Ben was doing the countdown and nobody was nominating. And so I just had to make the nomination. And it's like, look, I know that Nadine is evil. We don't have time to keep going down whatever road we're trying to go down. So like, I just have to make the nomination on Nadine because we can't make sense of it other than to know that she's the last evil alive. So we went for it. She turned out to be the Leech. We lost.
That's kind of what
should also be.
That's kind of what you have to do as a storyteller, right? Just push the good team a little bit.
Yeah. Nadine also told me afterwards it's one of the hardest she's laughed in a game because she came into that final day and we did a living players claim first and then we'll run round a round robin. And we got to Nadine, who claimed Gambler, which is what she'd been claiming all game, and that she had gambled someone the night before, i.e. the night where it was 4 living players and the demon killed someone to go down to 3. And then tried to like keep going with a reason as to why she was. Oh no! Then the round robin carried on, and then we finished the round robin, and Nadine was like, "So I know I'm good, but," and I just interrupted and was like, "Nadine, you just claimed to gamble on the final 4. You couldn't be more evil." And she apparently had to mute because she was laughing at me so much.
I vaguely remember that one.
It was very silly.
Actually, we've not got too many questions. You might be surprised about niche rules interactions, Ed. But we'll bring that one up as it's come up. How do you feel about is the pit hag drunkable? Can its ability be removed after it's created a demon, in your opinion?
I think in that situation, it's awkward, right? Because the implication of the pit hag ability is that it outlasts the pit hag, or that it can.
Because otherwise, if the pit hag turns itself into a demon, what kills the next demon, right?
There's no recourse for the storyteller if a pit hag turns themselves into the demon if you don't rule that the arbitrary deaths are able to exist beyond the pit hag's existence.
Exactly. And so it's kind of an awkward problem. And one of the things that came up with this is I wish that I'd realized this when I got asked to proofread the almanacs, and I'd got Steve to just change one of the bullets to the pit hag turns themselves into a good demon.
Oh, we were just who was I think I was talking to Molabach about this very recently, that like the almanac just very conveniently sidesteps that. And we really wish that it didn't.
It's one of those things where until until someone asks the question, you don't think of it, right? You don't, like, it's so ingrained in the pit hag mentality of the storyteller that you're like, pit hag creates a new demon, it's arbitrary deaths. That people have run that interaction hundreds and thousands of times, and no one's ever gone, actually, am I allowed to use the arbitrary deaths when the pit hag's no longer a pit hag?
Until somebody does.
Until someone does. And then when someone does, you're like, well, why didn't we think of that? And it's like, well, the answer is that it's true a lot in Clock Tower that a lot of the time, the perception of what the character does overwhelms a world of ills. Like, a lot of the time I will get asked rules queries where it's like, well, what happens here? And a lot of the time my answer is, well, what should happen is X, because that's best matching what the character is supposed to do and what that other character is supposed to do, and we can satisfy both those things. But if you actually look at the direct terminology, the answer is, you could make an argument for why, though.
I think sometimes the rules in Clock Towers are like, this is the one that feels right, so that's what everybody does.
Yeah, so it's worth bearing in mind, amongst other things, that this game was originally conceived by Steve much more in the Dungeon Master style, You know, there are rules, but you're the arbiter of the rules, and as long as your players know what you're ruling, then you can do what you like. And any time there's a question, you just answer it and run with it. That's very much the Steve methodology. So when this then got exposed to the rest of the world, and they turned around and went, well, what is the answer to this question? Steve's answer would normally have been, if someone had asked him a lot of these questions in the Sydney group when he was running games, he would have turned around and gone, whatever the storyteller says.
Yeah.
Because that's the answer as far as Steve's concerned, you know? And so this is where it became interesting, right? More recently, when we had to work out some of these questions.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but since we're specifically talking about the Pit Hag's Almanac entry, I do have a question,
Sure.
which is that the Pit Hag's Almanac entry says that it can kill players and it can remove protections on players, right?
It could give protection. I don't think it says anything about removing it.
I think it says it can remove protection on players. Like it can kill a Innkeeper protected player, for example.
Oh, I don't think it does.
I think
if it does, then I'm missing it.
Hang on. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into the Saxon Violets Almanac, and I'm going to look up the reference that you are making, which I believe is to the little bit kind of at the very end of the Pit Hag entry.
Yeah, that's the one.
If a demon is created, you may choose any players to kill or protect throughout the night to balance the game. Additional deaths are considered attacks from the Pit Hag.
Mm-hmm. Isn't there a bit that says it can remove protection?
It doesn't say that. I mean, I don't have the physical copy, so there's a chance that the finalized version is slightly different. But looking at the one online, it just says you may choose any players to kill or protect throughout the night.
Yeah, there's nothing explicitly in there about. So I have got the final version, and there's nothing explicitly in there about removing protection, which is a relief because I'd confidently said that wasn't the case, and then you questioned it, and I went, "Oh, really?"
Okay, I could have sworn I'd read that recently. Never mind. Forget that question.
So basically, like the Pit Hag does grant the storyteller the ability to like arbitrarily choose people, but it does not turn off other players' abilities. But it kind of does, though, right? It turns off any ability that is about explicitly killing, but not other abilities. So abilities for protection wouldn't be turned off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, that's fine. In which case, forget that question. Yeah, so let's move on to the next question that we ask everybody who comes to talk to us, which is the most important question that we're going to ask you tonight, which is what's the best base 3 script?
For me to play or to storytell?
Whatever you like. What's the best one? What's your favorite one? Just in
use whatever criteria you want to determine what is the best.
With the full and certain knowledge that I'm never going to be able to talk to Patrick again, TB is the best Clock Tower script.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm giving you a high five from across the ocean.
We actually have survey results about that one because in the form that I submitted to ask everyone to submit questions to this, I asked them this question, and most people said TB. One person submitted 2 answers and 2 questions and gave a different answer to each. Nobody said S&V.
Interesting. I mean, I think that. So to give a slightly more detailed answer, I think TB is the best script for any situation where you don't know the answer. If in doubt, run TB. If you have certain groups, I would run certain other games. I think S&V, certainly in the UK, in my experience, which means in the UK, I find S&V has the most specific use case where people are going to get the most fun out of a game of S&V, if that makes sense. I think 98% of the time I can just load up a TB and people will enjoy it, and that's because TB fits almost every situation. Whereas there are lots of situations where people are like, I'll play as S&V, but it's not going to be as fun as it might have been to some of the others.
On the subject of your opinions, why do you hate the Pit Hag?
I don't hate the Pit Hag. I deeply love the Pit Hag. And if you listen to the Cult of the Clock Tower episode about the Pit Hag, you A, might recognize the voice, and B, will hear me being very excited about the Pit Hag.
And I think when you did the off meta minions sorting, you clarified in that as well that you do love the Pit Hag despite the rating you gave it.
I love it. I just don't think it's very good at what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So very specifically, I get this shit a lot about the off-meta rating, and I feel I should clarify two things about the off-meta ratings. Number one is that I'd been told that they were going to do those ratings with like 4 or 5 people minimum for each set, and so I could feel free to be a bit more weird, and so I was like, you know what? I'm going to give the perspective that I have as someone who has literally run 1,000+ games with some of the more high-end, high-experience players in the world. And I would invite people to look at that level of experience that are playing on the streams and various other things, and look at what Pit Hags managed to do. And I think I will probably be, I haven't got the stats for this, but I think I would probably be justified in saying they're not actually that effective compared to a lot of other minions.
Clearly what they do is put all 4 demons in play and then rob somebody of their own ability. Which, by the way, I did that once in a game. I took, so Jack, after creating all 4 demons, turned himself into the Savant, which was my starting role. And I took that and added it to my playbook. And I had a game where I was a Pit Hag and I turned the Flower Girl into the Mutant. And we were going into the final day. And I was like, well, I've got fuck all left to do as a Pit Hag. I'm becoming the Flower Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Pit Hags into Townsfolk. Snake Charmer is the classic, but Philosopher is so much fun.
Yeah, but it becomes quite situational, and yeah, I maintain that Emma's brought up exactly the point I had my mouth open to start. So good call, Emma. Pit Hags are most effective if they get to be subtle, but that's not what's fun about being the Pit Hag. Like when you get to do stupid shit and crazy shit, like putting all the demons in play, or just changing townsfolk into other townsfolk, like that's hilarious. It's really good fun. Everyone goes, "What the hell is going on?" and like congratulates you for being weird afterwards.
Or you can
it doesn't help, but it's fun.
Or you can just create a Fangu and then create an outsider.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the classic that we see a lot with any script that has them as a combo, and it's just a little boring sometimes, you know?
All right. Yeah. While we're on the subject of base scripts, I'm going to ask to Peter's question next, which is, and you might like this one. Have you played with the expansion scripts, Garden of Sin, The Tomb, Midnight, in the House of the Damned, and not really a script, but Greatest Show on Earth? If so, which is your favorite and why?
I'm trying to decide if the correct answer here should be no comment.
I'm just asking the questions.
The correct answer is probably no comment. I will say that we spend the vast majority of playtesting to date has been playtesting on a holistic level, not on a script specific level, largely because Steve is very aware that characters released from now on are going to be released in an edition, but they're also going to be released into the wild. And so it's all very well him doing what he did with BMR and S&V, which is putting them all together so they work together and work with each other. But as the Kickstarter demonstrated, that introduced a whole different world of problems when he said to the world, here you go, here's 3 editions, thinking that that's what he was selling to people, with the addendum of, you can write your own scripts, and we welcome you doing that and coming up with cool ideas, not expecting the level of, well, what happens if that character from that edition, and that character from that edition, and that character from that edition, what happens if all 3 of these are affecting the same player? There's a lot of weirdnesses. As soon as you, anyone who's written any homebrew knows this, as soon as you introduce a new character, even if it's just one, it has to interact with every single other character. And so it's all very well Steve going, well, you know, I've written Midnight and it's got 25 characters in it, and each one of those 25 characters has, you know, 24 other characters to interact with, and they all interact fine. He can't do that. He's got to go, well, I've released Midnight. It has 25 characters on it. They interact fine with 24 other characters on the script. They also have to interact fine with every one of the base 3, every other released character, all of the Kickstarter releases, all of Laissez-faire, etc. And that becomes more difficult. So what a lot of the playtesting to date has consisted of is a very broad we're just running games with the playtest characters, not necessarily in those scripts, to see what they screw up. What do they interact with? What do they not interact with? Because at the end of the day, if we've got characters that work in the Clock Tower canon more broadly, it's much easier to then turn around and go, well, and they work best in a script with these, because it means that rather than, as happened a bit with BMR and S&B, as I understand it from, obviously this is well before my time, because it's pre-Kickstarter, there was a certain level of, we would like, Steve going, well, I want to put this character in this script because it will work really well with those characters, but it's actually broken with those other ones. So if I put that into BMR, then I have to take that other one out of BMR in order to make it work. And then you get this really sort of janky puzzle. It's like doing Tetris, where every piece has spikes. So the job we're doing in playtesting at the minute is shaving all the spikes off the pieces so that Steve can play Tetris with blocks.
Yeah, I think you said on the most recent Q&A, Patreon Q&A, that you that your focus, your sort of online and offline focus, is on looking at characters, whereas Steve and the Sydney group are kind of looking at the scripts. Was that right? Is that fair to say?
I don't know specifically what how Steve's approaching things with local groups, but certainly my focus and the other Fabled Online are focusing on those characters individually rather than script wise.
Okay. I hope that's answered your question, Tapir, because it didn't, but that's okay.
I think I gave quite a lot of information without having to risk any confidentiality disagreements that I've signed.
I'm sure
I think, Ed,
Emma will
you
be
very
disappointed.
elegantly sidestepped the question.
Oh, it was a beautiful sidestep, don't get me wrong.
I'm still disappointed I didn't get politician on Thursday.
Okay, let's talk about what we're actually here to talk about now, which is script building. When you build scripts, and I think that you can kind of talk about this, even though your focus is on playtest scripts. That's what you build. This is still a general enough question that I think you should be able to answer it. Where do you like to start? Do you like to build with a character, a theme, an interesting interaction, or something else?
I have an awkward answer, and it's a concept. It can be any of the above. So the concept I might work from might literally just be, I want to build a script where everyone's frightened of the Godfather. For example, I have suggested that concept to someone in the past, to be honest, in that it was one that I was intending to do, and I mentioned it to them and they ran with it. So it could be based on a character, it could be based on an interaction, but it's like you've got to have something that anchors your script, because otherwise you end up building mush, and that mush will be very much based around your preferences and may or may not actually fit together on a holistic scale and give people the feeling that anything's really happening.
As an example, two of Alejo's favorite characters are the Puka and the Poppy Grower, but if you were to put them on the same script, it can create a really unfun interaction. So yeah, sometimes just I want to put all my favorite characters in, it does in fact just create mush, and not tasty mush.
100%. So I find that what I tend to start with is a concept, and then as I build on that concept, I tend to put in another couple of characters and go, oh, actually, there was this other concept I also wanted to do. And so I'll build two at once. Because what I find is one concept doesn't carry a script. Because one concept, by and large, if it's theme, you can do a certain amount. But if it's a character interaction or just a specific character, unless you're going to storm catch that character, it's not going to define the script. It's not that, whether it's an interaction or a specific character, it's not going to be a defining feature of that script. It's going to be a feature of that script, but you can't make it significant enough unless you're making a teensy villain. It's going to be in, a decent proportion of the time.
Ed, can I create one single counterpoint to that?
Go.
When I won the Noble competition, script writing competition, do you remember what you said on stream about it?
No, but I'm nervous.
You you specifically called me out and complimented me and said that you picked this script. I mean, you and Ben together, of course, but like you guys picked this script because it was exemplary of sort of what you were going for with these script competitions, where the featured character is being represented in basically every other character on the script you can look at and see the way that the noble interacts with those characters in a fun and interesting way.
That is true, and I maintain that's correct. But I think there's a nuance to that, which is basically flipping it on its head. Just because the noble interacts with every other character well, or there's some interest to the noble and every other character in that scenario, doesn't necessarily mean that there is an interest from the other character's point of view about the noble.
That's fair.
So this is the problem that you have, right? Is that even in that script, where, as I recall, yeah, there was from the noble's point of view, by and large, almost every other character on there had some level of intrigue for the noble. Information they could learn, impacts that it had on their information. There was a lot that they could get out of it, but from the other side, not necessarily. And so that becomes, if your overarching concept is the noble, then from the point of view of the player playing the Godfather, they couldn't give a damn.
That's fair, yeah.
So this is why I tend to support a couple of themes and a couple of concepts that are dictating the theme of your script, because it gives you everything has to interact with one of these two, and ideally you do want those two to interact with each other. So it's sort of a defining feature of the base 3, and Steve says this quite a lot, that he wants every character to feel like it directly interacts with a minimum of 7 others. And if you follow that logic, well, if every character has to interact with a minimum of 7 others, you need either 3 or 4 themes to fill out a script.
I've actually never heard that before about like interacting with a minimum of 7 characters. But I think that's really interesting and probably a pretty good starting point. Like if you're not really sure what else to do, start with maybe an interesting character that you like or an interesting pair of characters you like. And that is actually part of how I build a script, is when I look at it, I go, what does this character interact well with? Like what is interesting with it, and kind of build from there.
So how do you feel then about characters that often define the identity of the script that they're on? Like Fraser suggests the heretic and the atheist, but also perhaps a script with a solo demon, like perhaps a Leviathan-only script. Do you not feel like you can build the script around one of those characters?
Leviathan, I think, is a little bit of a special case because it's so unique in the release characters at the moment. I don't think it's spoiling to say that there are other characters that take away some of the Leviathan's uniqueness, because Leviathan is unique in quite a few different ways at the minute. It still maintains some of those uniquenesses, but not all of them in the broader sphere. So I'm going to leave the Leviathan aside, but I would say that even the other two, you could write 30 or 40 scripts probably in an hour with both the heretic and the atheist on, and actually the heretic only affects one thing. I understand why the heretic like really changes how the players approach an entire game, but how they approach it is also wildly dictated by the other characters on that script. If you're playing a heretic game and you think the demon's a pooker, well, the demon can't kill itself, so you actually have the ability that you play that completely differently to a heretic where you think the demon is an imp, because they can kill themselves, but it's going to take them a while because they're going to keep star passing. There is a lot there that you can still build with, that still builds multiple themes around the heretic. I mean, that's probably one of the best examples, is that just what other demons you put on a script with heretic, each of them will have a different approach, and so you do end up with a lot more interaction. Even though, yeah, you still need to branch out a fair way, even though you are just the heretic feels to a player like it dominates. It doesn't necessarily feel like it dominates in a script itself. And I would say the same thing of atheist. The great thing about atheist is that you can pretend that anything's true. So I don't think it necessarily dominates a script in the same way as it dominates the play.
Okay, fair enough.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's that's an interesting point. I think that do you know them they'll think that it's possible to build a script from that standpoint though of like going, I want to build a script with a heretic in it that still works if I put in a librarian to confirm them. Like that we'll start with that interaction and build. Okay, what else goes well with a librarian? What else goes well with a heretic, and start from there. That sort of thing.
Yeah, but I would argue that the nature of what you're going to get in that scenario is if you've made the script with such a defining core feature, one of two things will happen. Either the good team will be able to determine at some point relatively early on whether that combination is in or out, or the evil team is forced to bluff that thing. And then once you've established whether it's in or out, whether it's in from the perspective of it's being claimed, that is, if it's out, then you're just playing a completely different game. If no one's bluffing it and it's not in play, then you're just playing the rest of the script. So you need something to maintain that rest of the script interest. And if it's in, you still have that defining feature, but it depends. Well, it depends what that defining feature is as to what sort of interaction it is. But there's only so much of the game. There's only so many characters that can be helping people work out what's going on with that one interaction, and there are still probably somewhere between 5 and 10 other players who need abilities that are going to give them an interest and an involvement in the game, even though they can't necessarily find out whether that interaction is happening or not.
Yeah, I like to look at it as like a web with something at the core and then something building out from those characters and then something up building from those interactions. So that yeah, that's where the script, like differentiating the script building process from the game process. Like you can focus on a particular interaction when you're building the script, even without that dominating the game when you actually come to play it, I think.
Yeah, and
I do think that it's important when you're building a script around those characters that do have a tendency to, at least for some portion of the game, the dominant question becomes, is this in play or not? Like, yeah, that can't be the only thing about the script. You're right, Ed, because if it's not in play and nobody's bluffing it, the rest of the script does need to be able to sustain itself. But I do think that when you're making the script, keeping in mind that some portion of the play is going to be around that question is, I think, important and helpful, because like you can't how do I say this, when you're building a script, if all you're thinking about is what if this is in play, that's not good enough, right? Because sometimes it's not going to be in play. But also, if you're building a script and you're completely disconnected at all from the concept of how are the players going to interact with this character if it is in play or if it is in question about whether it's in play or not, like you're going to be missing something as well.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And so actually what I would argue is that one of the things that as script builders you need to do is consider the different angles that your script can go. Consider the different worlds, like, you know, if you're basing around certain themes, consider what happens if you completely ignore that theme and do a different build, and what then happens to the game. And consider what happens if you give both characters in that core interaction as bluffs, or one of them as bluffs and one of them as not a bluff, and see what happens. Think through what might happen with respect to interactions, and then build your script accordingly.
What do you think that all of the best scripts that you've seen and played and story told have in common?
Playtesting.
Okay.
I think that's just on the nose. And I appreciate I'm saying this while talking to someone who wins a lot of script competitions, which pretty much by definition means that you don't have the chance to playtest them. But
that's correct. None of them were playtested.
But that is true of almost all the scripts in script competitions, and actually the best ones in the grand scheme tend to be ones that have had play and had a chance to edit and had good feedback and had good thought put into them as to how they should evolve and adjust.
Which I think the World Cup, to talk about its current ongoing script competition, that's something that you can see in quite a lot of the scripts that have made it through. When you're looking at the revision process, you can see how some of those scripts have really improved from even just the limited playtesting that comes with just a couple of, World Cup games.
Yeah, absolutely. And also you get the great thing about the World Cup is that it's sort of hyper focusing that feedback, right? Like, not only does the scriptwriter get to watch the games, but also there are some incredibly experienced players are playing it, and you sort of, a lot of the time you get to understand what they're thinking of it as the games are run, because if you play test a script in person, the only feedback you get is at the end of the game what people think, and that's highly colored by how the game turned out and what happened specifically with that each individual person, and it's highly colored by the vibe of how some of the final day went and various other things. Whereas, because a lot of streams are able to talk to players during the night, what are you thinking, what are you going to do, what's going on, talk me through why you've made that choice. It really expands what would be like, you get 10 times as much feedback in one go, even from just the players, and that's obviously ignoring the fact that you've also got 100 or more people in chat commenting, seeing, calling out things they think are interesting, or calling out things that might happen. I can't remember who it was, but someone told me that after one of the games that their script got run for on the World Cup, the biggest change they made was because someone in chat was like, oh, I wonder what would happen if you put X character and Y character in. And they were like, that's a great question. And actually, I think that really breaks the intent of the script. So I'm taking one of those out and changing it into this thing. And they're like, that made my script infinitely better. Not because it was in, not because anyone else noticed it, but just someone went, oh, this is a bit weird. In chat. And so
I think one of the big benefits of World Cup as well is not just getting some of the player feedback while they're doing it, because streams like to ask players what they're thinking, but also seeing somebody else story tell your script. Because when you write a script, you know what you had in mind, you know what your anchoring thought was, that the anchoring that we were talking about earlier. And so you are inherently somewhat biased by that knowledge when you're doing things like picking what roles to put into the game. And when you're watching somebody else who maybe doesn't have that information and doesn't have that insight, and looks at your script and has no idea what it was you were going for, what it was you were thinking, and you see their thought process on what roles to put in or what roles to take out. To be fair, in World Cup, we had the randomizing, and then you get up to 5 swaps rule or whatever. But to hear storytellers talk through those things, and hear them talk about what interactions they maybe don't like together, that kind of stuff, I think that's really helpful too. So you kind of get that double dose of, you get to see the storyteller's thought process with the script, and you also sometimes get to hear player thoughts.
Yeah, also great points.
Okay, let's take another question from the ones that we got sent. This one from Michelle, again. Balance is really important in a script in many ways. Stuff like droidening and outside account, but also powerful roles in good and evil. How do you balance specifically this part, and or the part where you look at your script and are like, yes, ticks all the boxes, but will it actually work? Any advice?
Oh,
do you want me to type that
I'm
out?
gonna have to. No, I'm just gonna have to think about that for a moment. Davian, did you want to talk about what you look at while I think?
Yeah. So I do think that the sort of ticks all the boxes is kind of like a decent place to actually start with. I don't think it is the be all end all, of course. It shouldn't be. But, looking at it and going, is there a way for misinformation to happen in this game? And if so, how much? Because there is a tipping point where you can have too much. And I think that those scripts are not actually all that fun for players to play when they're like, oh my God, there's like 19 sources of drunk poisoning false info on here. This is there's no way to really get any kind of solve. There are some players, to be fair, who will like that because it means they can lean quite hard into social if none of the information is reliable. But you really only need like a couple of sources of misinformation, right? Like you can use kind of the base 3 scripts as a sort of foundational knowledge for kind of how those boxes get ticked in ways that we know, understand, and accept as being pretty, like really well balanced. On each of the base 3 scripts, there is only one singular source of outsider modification. On Trouble Brewing, it's the Baron. On BMR, it's the Godfather. In Sex and Violets, yes, there are technically 2 demons that do it, but only one of them can be like in play at the start of the game, right? So you don't really need 6 different ways to modify outsiders. You can. There are scripts that do that, and that is part of the point of them, sure. But you don't need to go too crazy ticking the boxes over and over and over and over. And one of the things that I do specifically to help with balance with regards to that is I look at a roll on both sides. I look at evil rolls and I look at good rolls, and I sort of ask the same question about each other. I look at the good rolls and I say, is there a way for evil to A, reliably bluff this, and B, a way for them to counter it if it is in play? And then I look at the evil rolls and I look at and I ask the same question of the good rolls. Like, so if this evil roll is in play, is there a good character on here that kind of in a way can directly address what is happening here? I mean, good don't need to bluff as evil, so it's not exactly the same questions. But there's a certain amount of coverage that I am looking to get from overlap of abilities, and not just overlap, but direct countering, if that makes sense.
I think just in response to the point about outsiders, something that we've often said on this podcast when looking at a script is that it is not a coincidence that all 3 of the base 3 scripts have a outsider potential window of exactly 2. Like you see people look at a script and it goes, oh, there's only a Fangu and a Balloonist to modify outsider count. Maybe you should put in a Godfather or a Baron. Like, no, that's the same as most of the other scripts. It can be base, or it can be 1 or 2 more than base. The others are, it can be base or 2 more than base, or it can be base or 1 more or 1 fewer than base. Like that seems to be the quote unquote natural window. I think. Have you had time to think about the question, Ed?
Yeah, I mean, I think Navian's said a lot of what I would say, but I also don't want. I would actively say I don't want to be prescriptive about this because you will also find there are some situations, and I say some because they're really hard to spot. And actually, I'm going to have to call Jack out again. Jack often writes wanky ass scripts. They're weird, they're wonderful, they break a lot of rules. But one of the things he's quite good at identifying, I don't know whether he's doing it intentionally or not, is script writing rules, and I say in quotes, that you can break if you break them in the right ways. Because if it's really actively known, for example, that there's next to no outsider modification, as long as everyone knows that and it's clear, then the evil team can adjust accordingly. And as long as you've given them the capacity to go, yeah, sure, if only these people claim outsiders, they're going to get confirmed, so we need to bluff some. Or, actually there's going to be, we've got multiple negative outsider rolls in. You put in the Godfather and the Vigor and you're expecting them to be minuses, then you have to adjust accordingly also, that there's going to be more townsfolk, or you're going to need to do different things. Like, it's not the end of the world to break the rules necessarily, but it's all about the first part of what Navin was saying about have the evil and good team both got ways to deal with each other.
Yeah.
Because it's not at the end of the world if the evil team are like, well, I'm locked out of those bluffs. Well, it's like, yeah, but so are the good team. It's one of the things that did come up in one of the scripts that Jack wrote for a script competition once, which didn't win, but I really thought about it. Was that he'd written a script where the only thing the good team could do was bluff the other characters that were in play, or well, they could bluff out the characters that were out of play, but you'd know by like day 2 which ones were in play and out of play, and therefore they had everyone was bluffing into like, you know, by day 2 you knew that these 3 characters are out of play, so everyone's bluffing into these 10 townsfolk and these 3 outsiders, and so yes, in theory the good team could fall back on just hard claiming things, but quite a few of them didn't want to do that because there's a soldier and there's a raven keeper, and so they don't want to hard claim, so they need to bluff. But if they bluff, then they're double claiming, and they don't know whether they're double claiming a good player or an evil player. And it, despite the fact that if you look at that script, you go, but this is impossible. These are unbluffable. It's like, yes, but actually it's unbluffable for anyone. And it became quite a good script as a result. So it's not just a level of looking at a script and going, what can the good team do and what can the evil team do? It's also, what can the evil team do that the good team can't, and what can the good team do that the evil team can't? Because if they both can't do it, then that's also potentially fine.
Yeah, I think something to keep in mind is that you will never hear me ever refer to stuff about script writing as a rule. I won't call it that. I will call them guidelines because I think that's what they are. And they're guidelines for a reason, right? It's a place to start, and it's something to help you, but they, like anything that you hear about script writing is not going to be all encompassing of every single script. You know, this game has, I don't know what, close to 200 release characters or something. That's a lot of characters. That's a lot of different interactions that are possible. Everybody plays the game slightly differently, and so they're coming at it from their own different mindset, and sometimes those mindsets are very different to your own. That's actually one of the things that I really like when I collaborate on script writing with people is what I look for when I collaborate is somebody who probably vibes with my overall approach to Clock Tower, but not necessarily has the exact same viewpoint as I do on the minutia of Clock Tower, because they can see an interaction that maybe I can't. And the same thing, I might see an interaction that they don't. And so when you're each bringing these slightly different viewpoints to a script, you get something really unique. That's this great blend of both of your approaches to Clock Tower. But there's no limit to how to approach Clock Tower, and as a result, there's no actual limits as to what you might be able to accomplish with a script and what one person or a group of people might find fun, right?
I think that the big risk, of course, when you build a script that does go against some of the rules and conventions is that Patters will build a bot and it will get excluded from the competition.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. Boycott Patters, don't boycott Ed.
I hope that's answered your question, Michelle. And we'll take another one now from Flying Ludicolo, or possibly Flying Ludicolo, not totally sure. What character goes underused in script building?
Ooh. What does? That's a great question. Let's have a look. I'm just going to very quickly skim down. I opened my spreadsheet because I was curious how many actual release characters there are. And according to my list, there are 129, not including the Fabled. There you go. 141, including Fabled. Goes underused.
Plus 16 Travelers, are you including them?
Yeah, I've got all the Travelers.
Including the Travelers, sure.
Yeah, because I mean, for context, this spreadsheet is what is used to do the JSONs for the Clocktower.online and things. So yeah, it's got everything in there apart from the Fabled, which go on separately. I mean,
So-
historically, I would have said Butler, but there has been the recent campaign to revive the joys of the Butler.
BIP.
So that's actually not true.
The Butler Innocence Project. So I can tell you, I went to Jeff's script website, which does not contain every single script that has ever been written, but it does have almost 500 scripts uploaded to it. I can tell you, Butler is in fact the least popular outsider, appearing on only 32 scripts.
I wonder what the most popular is.
It's the Drunk, appearing on almost 300 scripts.
Yep, checks out.
Shock. In terms of townsfolk, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sage down the bottom there.
It's not in the lower 5, so it's probably
Interesting.
kind of somewhere in the middle-ish.
Fair enough. What else? It's interesting because there's very few that immediately jump to mind that people don't like. Oh, Professor.
It is worth saying, Nadine,
Yeah.
that about 20 of those are yours and you love the Sage.
Well, it depends on what's on the script. I also love Ravenkeeper and Farmer, and I regularly switch up which one is on the script depending on what demons are in play and other roles that I think are interesting with it.
Yeah, the Professor is an interesting shout. It's quite tricky to script build around.
Yeah, this is the problem, and I don't think it's spoilers to say that Steve is aware of some of the difficulties in script building, and so this is the sort of thing that he would like to get more characters out for resurrection, for outsider manipulation.
Yeah,
I think that some of the probably underutilized ones are the ones that are very difficult to work into custom scripts without inherently including certain other roles. Otherwise, they become like hard confirmed, right? Like, I think it's easier to put a Shabaloth into a custom script without a professor, because if it gets confirmed Shabaloth, most of the time it's fine, right? The Shabaloth is killing multiple players at night, so the game goes faster as an inherent balance. Whereas if you put a professor in without a Shabaloth, like, that's just 2 hard confirmed players and basically no downside, and it can be devastating for the evil team. So there's, those really super unique abilities that only have cover from like one other role on the other side are definitely going to be more difficult to incorporate into custom scripts.
But to be fair, Malabok has got the right response, which is that just because the professor isn't used doesn't mean it's underused. Because at the moment, it's probably being used the correct amount.
That's true.
If I then rethink about this and answer the question in terms of what I think is underused, Mastermind.
That is, in fact, the least popular minion.
Yeah, I think I really like a Mastermind in BMR. I think it has a lot of potential to be used a lot more than it is, especially as time goes on. If we ignore, Alhad, where it's, had to be jinxed because of how obvious it is that an Alhad's not there. Like, there are more and more reasons for either demon kills to not go through, or for other things to kill at night, or for demons to literally choose to sink, various other things. And Mastermind is great for any time there's any reason for someone not to die at night, because it turns the game from there was no death at night, well, that's gained us another day, into there was no death at night, can we afford to execute, or do we have to double tap? I think it has much more of a depressing effect on the number of executions in the game than people think it does. Because I think, we've all had that in TB, where you don't really care whether the person claiming soldier or monk is the demon or not. What it's given you is an extra execution. So you might be able to execute both. It doesn't matter so much. And actually taking that away from the good team of, oh yeah, a no death knight is great, to a no death knight is a risk of a gain loss. I think if you build your script right, there's a lot of potential for more masterminds.
I think there's only one answer for me, and it's the spy. I think people
spicy.
I think that the spy gets overlooked in favor of the Widow and the Recluse for two different things. And I think that it's just a nice, pretty easy character to mess with a bunch of other characters. Although I'm actually going to also make a case for another TV minion in the Baron, which does get used quite a bit. But I think that people try and force Godfathers and Fangus and Vigor Mortai and Balloonists where they don't fit, and where they'd just be happier with a Baron, to be honest.
I think I definitely agree with that. Baron's got to be somewhere in the middle because it's not on the most or least popular, but Godfather is second most popular minion, and I think I agree that a lot of times where there is a Godfather, you'd probably just be better off with a Baron.
I think a lot of the reason for the lack of Baron love is for the lack of basic outsider love. You know,
Yeah.
your generic
possibly.
outsiders is like, there's a reason that TB's outsiders are so standard, and it's because it makes the Baron so much more effective. And if you're looking at a script and you're like, oh, but there's all these cool outsiders that I can put on there that really have much more effect on the game than just, you know, having a saint in there. The temptation is there for any script builder to be like, yeah, why would I not have this more spicy thing? And actually, the problem with the more spicy things is that the Baron doesn't play as well with them, because they tend to get claimed more. You tend to be able to. It's much easier to identify a +2 than it is a +1, etc.
I also think some of it might come from, and this is a thing that can be quite controversial because there's people who feel very, very differently about this when playing the Baron, which is the fact that the Baron is not actively doing anything, right? They come into play with their ability having already happened. And for some people, they really enjoy this because they view this sort of blank token effect as I can go fucking nuts with this, right? Like if I get executed, it's fine. I'm not taking an active ability out. So I can bluff wildly, I can go bold, I can be loud, I can, really be pushing some narratives. I can play out at evil, I can try to play it subtle. Like that openness is really, really fun for some people. And other people are much more driven by having an active thing to do in the game, which the Godfather gets, right? The Godfather not only gets information for their team, and it is one of the very few minions that actively gains information for their team, but then they also have something that interacts with that information, namely, they get to kill if an outsider dies during the day. So they have a particular goal that they might be looking to achieve in the game, which is to get a kill, or maybe if they're lucky, multiple kills to help their team out and get the game to move a little faster and put some danger elements in. And so I think people might be gravitating towards one or the other, kind of depending on how much they personally enjoy having a bit of a blank openness that the Baron could provide for you to play as versus a specific goal and information and an active role like the Godfather.
Let's turn the question around. And which character should be binned off 90% of the scripts that it's on, and why is it the Minstrel?
Yeah, what's overused?
Why is it the Minstrel?
I mean, the thing is, the Minstrel is used quite a bit, but it's not used so much that I look at a script and go, oh, look, there it is. And the one that I get that with is the Little Monster. Little Monster and Fangu. Just like, scroll down to the bottom. Oh, look, a Little Monster and a Fangu. Funny that.
Fangu and Little Monster are both in the top 5.
Yeah. And I mean that you can see it. They're just so used so much. And the problem is that, like, it's come to the point where the Fangu's ability might as well just say +1 evil. There's
very few games. I think I've maybe seen one game where a Fangu hasn't jumped.
Yeah. And I think both of those get way overused. And also because, I mean, amongst other things, some bastard has not published a Little Monster write-up. Can't think who that is.
I wonder if we'll have any questions about that later on in our running order.
I
Emma,
do wonder if anyone might ask such questions. So part of the problem is that there's a lot of characters which don't have good interactions, and there's a lot of characters which have fine interactions, but it depends on how storytellers run it and various other things.
thanks, Kurt.
So if someone could get on with that, then it'd be fine. I'm trying to think if there's any others that actually going back to the what's not used enough. I don't see very many scripts which balance. I appreciate that these are awkward to balance, but that don't balance Acrobat Golem very well.
Ooh, yeah. So I definitely agree with that. Acrobat most of the time ends up acting like a townsfolk, and quite frankly, so too does Golem.
Yeah.
You were in the game, Ed, where the Golem got released, and I was the demon, and it was probably like I just had a series where every time it was a release character, I kept being the demon. And you kept defeating me. There was the damsel huntsman that was also around there, where you found your huntsman day one, and then later you Slayer shot me. But in the Golem one, I remember the Golem killing one of my minions, my other minion being executed that same day, and I was just like, "There's a confirmed virgin. There's a confirmed Golem. I'm fucked."
Yeah, and that's the challenge with those minions, and I'll freely throw it out to people. Yeah, you have to. Sorry, those outsiders. You have to balance those outsiders in your script. You maybe need to have a little bit more difficulty around the rest of the outside account, or do a little bit more difficulty around whether they can be trusted, or what else might be happening to cause some of these things, and you just need a little bit more doubt, because those outsiders tend to be a bit more townsfolk than they would be otherwise. Sorry, that was jumping back a question, but it popped into my head as I was.
That's fine.
Yes, Kat, you were the huntsman. To go back to what Alejo was saying, though, about the minstrel. So I think the issue with the minstrel is that even though it doesn't necessarily show up on like every other script, the problem is that the scripts that it does show up on, it's often script breaking if it is in play, and that's the problem with the use of the minstrel in customs.
It only works on BMR and should be binned off every other script it's on.
It's very hard to work around.
So, on the subject of the Golem, this is a script design versus game design question for you, Ed. In your opinion, should Golem and Lycanthrope be jinxed with Leech, or should they just not be on the same script together?
Yes.
Fair enough.
I pick one, don't mind.
Fair enough.
That's pretty much
my thoughts on those house rules where, the Lycanthrope can't kill the Leech host, or the Golem can't kill the Leech host, is that most of the time I think it just delays the inevitable by a day. Unless you have a script specifically designed to make either of those characters have multiple reasons why their ability just might not work in general. Like if the only reason that they're not working is either they've found an evil player / demon, or it's a Leech host, like you're just delaying the inevitable. And I don't think that's necessarily any more fun, right? So for me, I think it is almost always about the script design.
Isn't that always true whenever a Lycan or a Golem pick a demon, though? We've had this discussion before.
Yeah, that's why when you hear me talk about Lycanthrope and building scripts with Lycanthrope on, I talk about there being reasons other than just this player is evil for a Lycanthrope to be able to miss. Golem, I think there's other things that you can do with it. Like, for example, some of the doubt can be putting in a Mezephiles. Like I know we were just talking about how Fengu and Lil Monster are overused, but you put in a Mezephiles and a Lil Monster. I lost to that once. Thanks, Chiz. You have a Fengu who decides to jump late game to that confirmed Golem. There's ways around it with Golem that I think are a little bit different than with Lycanthrope. But yes, in general, that is always true.
I think the only risk is, you mentioned earlier about like making there be more reasons for those abilities not to work, and the problem with them is you've already got a leech on the script. So
Yeah.
you've already got one source of poisoning. You can't afford to put too many others in, or it's not fair on the good team because they can't work
Right.
out who's poisoned in order to work out who the host is. But if you that's one of the only ways to stop the golem ability working if they happen to get poisoned or drunked. And it's like, or suddenly you have different problems.
They're very hard to balance around. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the next two sections are things that Navian, you really wanted to bring up for this discussion. But it's kind of the other thing that we really brought you on for, Ed. We'll talk about something we mentioned that we talk about, which is script competitions. We've kind of already touched on it a little bit. But Navian and I have run a couple of script competitions in the last few months, and we are planning on hopefully running another this year. We'll announce that when we announce that. But you obviously were involved in judging the script competitions for the Kickstarter characters. What do you think goes into that? What's your style for how you would go about judge? You get this pile of 40, 50 scripts. How do you pick two from
that? I'll be honest. We had basically two stages when we were running through them. Ben and I would do an initial quick skim where you literally just skim down it and went, are there jinxed characters that haven't been thought about? Are there genuine straight up problems like absolutely no outsider modification and nothing that covers for that? Or no drunken poisoning and nothing that covers that for that?
Is it just trouble brewing in a different order?
Yeah, that sort of thing. Are there other problems? Getting rid of all the ones where you're like, no, this actually has fundamental flaws, and that would usually early on that would get rid of like 50%. More recently, towards the end of the Kickstarter releases, that get rid of 3 to 5 out of 50. Although it should be observed, I also did. Ben and I both did an initial pass on the No Rolls Barred script competition, where Ben started with 650 something. Was it 550 something? Somewhere in that sort of region, scripts, and got it down to like 250. And I did a second pass and got it down to like 70. It's just like, yeah. You can get rid of a lot with that sort of initial pass of, is there anything that if you would be fundamentally broken or is missing too strongly? So you get rid of some with that, depending on how experienced your competition entrants are. And then a lot of what I'm looking for after that is, am I seeing lots of things? I think it's sort of harking back to the quote that Navian hadn't heard of. Steve always saying, I want every character to interact with at least 7 others. Am I skimming down the script and going, yeah, I can see lots of things that I could do as most of these characters. And am I skimming down the script and going, oh, this town looks much more powerful than this evil team? Am I going down the script and going, these characters look out of place? It's much more of a general process after you've got rid of like the hard, not necessarily the quite hard stops of these things aren't in, but it's the hard stop of there are these criteria not met and there's nothing done to counter the fact that you've not met that criteria. And then the next stage is all very holistic, sort of, can you imagine having fun with this? And obviously, specifically for the Kickstarter releases, that was biased by, everyone's going to know that the characters, the relevant characters, going to be in play for at least one of the 2 games with that script. Is it still going to be fun when people are metaing that? There's also, like Navian said about the Noble, is this going to have good interactions with the release character and that sort of thing? So if you're theming your script competitions, you do need to bear all those things in mind as well.
Navian, we've not really spoken about this. Because for people who've submitted scripts to our competition, we have tended to take the scripts. I will put them into a file and send them to Navian, and we'll go off on our own and look at them and pick out 2 or 3 that we think are the best ones, and then, well, between those, like 5 or 6, and then we'll combine those, see if we've got 5 or 6, and then talk about those in public. But Navian, how do you go from reducing a list of, let's say, 10, 15 scripts to a list of 4 or 5?
To be honest, it's actually quite similar to what Ed was saying, which is, the first thing that I do is I look at, like, does this have some of the things that we would be looking for, like sources of misinformation, outsider manipulation? If it doesn't, is there something else that addresses it? So an underutilized tool is, for example, the Sentinel. Don't just shove a balloonist on there in a Vortox, Poisoner, Nodashi, like things that'll just fuck your balloonist over and make them unhappy. Don't just put the balloonist in there for the outsider mod. Sometimes maybe just use the Sentinel. But like looking for some fundamentals to Clock Tower, and if it's lacking that or lacking a tool to address that, do I still think the script works otherwise? And if not, then I move on. And then from there, I look for, just like Ed said, what do I think that there are any interactions on here that are outright broken, or any characters even individually that like the minstrel, if you put this in play, is it going to just fucking break the game? And what characters or interactions kind of look like they are standing out in negative ways. That's actually like the first process, is filtering out some of the things that I think would prevent a script from getting into like my shortlist. And then sometimes my shortlist is still too long, and so I have to look at that again. And then I'm coming from the positive aspect of, okay, what scripts here do I think have the most kind of like interesting interactions between some of these characters? What do I think actually looks not just functional, but now we're moving on to fun?
Yeah, I think I'm quite similar to that. My first step is to go, like, I will also do it in 2 steps. I'll look through, I'll shuffle the pile of scripts to remove any kind of alphabet bias. And then I will look at each script in turn and spend just 60 seconds looking at the script and go, is there anything broken on this? And if I can't see anything, if I can see something that's broken within 1 minute, it's never going to win. So I'll just toss it. But if I can't see anything within 1 minute, then I'll put it to one side, look at the next one, and do the same. And then you've got a smaller pile of scripts that you can then look at and give that slightly more detailed look to. Like, just look at it and go, okay, this has a minstrel and legion on it. Is there anything to mitigate that? Nope. Okay, probably not going to be this one that wins, that sort of thing. Like you say, sometimes, like we were talking about earlier, there are often ways that you can sort of mitigate that a little bit. So you do need to look at them and be like, okay, is there any reason why that's okay here? And then you obviously just have a quick look through the description that we get in the wherever it gets sent. But if you can't see anything, I think that's a good way to narrow it down when you've got quite a few scripts to go through. But that's actually an interesting point. How do you find yourself able to do it quickly enough that you're not going to like take forever looking at dozens of scripts, and yet still manage to make sure that you don't miss anything? Or do you just accept that you are going to miss some things?
That's a really good question, and I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I do think that giving yourself, okay, if I give myself 1 minute to look at this and I don't see anything terrible in it, like, I can set that aside as a maybe and come and look at it again later, right? Like, giving yourself a reasonable short amount of time to like spot the glaring stuff is a great way to do that first quick go through. And then I think you have to accept that your next rounds of going through it are going to be a little bit slower than your first go through, because you're trying to be a little bit more thorough here. But you're just probably going to miss some stuff sometimes, because that's a very human thing to do. you know. And when you're looking at a lot of scripts, it's not exactly that they blur together, but I mean, I don't know, it might be different for you or Ed, but like I have memory impairment issues, and so for me, I have a lot of difficulty going through them even during the more thorough step, because the second I'm not looking at a script, I've 100% forgotten like anything that is on it and anything that I thought or felt about it until I go and look at it again. So for me, when I'm getting to the stages where I have to necessarily compare the two scripts, that I'm like, these both seem like functional and fun scripts, but I still need to narrow down further. What do I like do with that? It's very difficult for me if I'm not actually have them like both up on the screen at the same time. And when you have to do that multiple times over, it's quite difficult, because you just can't have like 10 scripts on the screen all at once. I don't have the screen space for it, right? So some of it, I think, for me is definitely just accepting that I might forget something, I might overlook something, because I'm a human, and that happens. The process is never going to be perfect, and I don't think anybody should search for perfection there. We're just doing the best that we can.
Yeah, there are two of us when we do it, so hopefully one of us will catch what the other one misses, and we'll be able to talk about it.
I think that is helpful when you do it as a pair. And, you know, Ed, you have experience doing that as a pair as well, because, you know, you and Ben did it together when you were going through scripts, and you even recorded that a couple of times as well. One was for the Poppy Grower competition, and I forget the other one that you did.
I have to say, I also don't remember. But yeah, I mean, having two of you makes a lot of difference. Also, experience. What I found really interesting with Ben is that I'm sure Ben won't mind me saying that he's not a detail-oriented person. He is very much a vibey person. But what was really interesting with us was that the first few times, I'd be the one who was doing exactly what you're talking about, that 1 minute, pick out the issues. To remove those ones that have got major flaws, and over time, that the relationship we had between the two of us developed quite a lot, because we judged, I don't know, 40 odd script competitions between all of the Kickstarter characters and all the other various script competitions that we run over time. And so, like, early on, I was picking out those hard interaction things, and Ben was sort of looking at a broader script and being like, yeah, I feel like this would be interesting for these reasons. And then that developed more and more, where, you know, Ben started, because he's used to me picking on things, he starts picking out some of those things as well. And I ended up, you know, we sort of merged where we were coming at scripts from. I was looking much more at vibe than I had previously, and he was finding a lot more of the errors. And it gave us both the opportunity to look much more broadly at a script, because we could both trust that, you know, if both of us have got a 95% chance of catching a problem, then between us, that makes it that much stronger that we are going to catch a problem, and we're also not going to get a false positive, false negative, etc.
Yeah.
And you had that much trust of just being able to be like, yeah, we're just going to keep rolling, because between the two of us, we're gonna spot whatever.
Yeah. So just to finish off this discussion, well, my part of this discussion at least, is a question from Mullerbach, which is, when you're judging scripts for something like a competition, say a competition, what common things keep some close but not quite entrants from making the final cut? We've kind of touched on that already, but specifically in response to that question.
We always had, and I think you can see this in the videos, the audio we recorded from those script judging that Navian's referred to. We always ended up with sort of a short list of somewhere between, I don't know, 3 and 10 scripts, which was like, yeah, all of these work, all of these look like they'll have fun, all of them have something something major to recommend them. And a lot of the time, in our cases with the Kickstarter characters, obviously there was the tiebreaker of how they're going to do for that character release, but assuming that they were pretty similar on those, for me, it always came down to a quick skim through each character and going, if I pull this, am I going to be interested or excited in the potential of this game? And if the vast majority of characters, usually you would find that scripts that look really well designed, every so often you'd go through and go, yeah, but actually, if I'm these things, then I can already tell you what I'm going to do in this game, in terms mechanically.
Yeah, are there any obvious like optimal plays basically that you know that the players are going to do every single time?
Yeah. And not even, yeah, I mean, that's certainly a huge part of it. But there's also like the little bit of addendum onto that of like, even if there isn't necessarily a mechanical play, there's going to be well, it's the opposite of the vibe check. It's the nine games out of 10, the overall vibe you're going to get after this game is the same for this character. And that's not the most fun thing. And so that tended to be one of my tiebreakers. One of the others tended to be, when I looked at this, did the core concepts, did I look at the core concepts and go, oh, that'll be fun? It's not like critical early on, but later on, if I'm looking at something and going, oh, that's interesting, that's entertaining, some of the I think one of the things we've had with some of Navian scripts, for some of the competitions, and certainly some of Jack's and a few others. I think who was it? Revenge of the Martian Vampires.
Rope.
I opened and went, oh, just the concept of this is great, and like, actually, if you went through it, and I think I've said this before, if you went through the scripts character by character, there are quite a few which are like, don't necessarily pass that this is interesting. If this is something where if I pull it from the bag, it's going to be fun in and of itself. But conversely, because the overall concept was so fun, that pushed it a long way.
I think that sometimes there are scripts where you open them up and you look at them and you go, oh, dear God. And you mean that in like a bad way. And then there are scripts like Revenge of the Martian Vampires where you look at them and you go, oh, dear God. And you mean that in an excited way.
You mean the hashtag Habby?
I'm going to refrain from comment.
On both sides of the equation, right?
Yeah.
Nadine, is there anything else you wanted to talk about with script competitions? Because this was something that you wanted to mention, and also I have a cat knocking at my door, so I'm going to go and let her in. If there is anything else you wanted to bring up, if not, you can handle the next section.
Sure. Let me see if I had anything specific that we haven't touched on in like my personal list. Yeah, I don't think I really had anything more about like script competitions that we haven't talked about. So we can move on to the next questions that we have. So I think that a vastly under talked about aspect of storytelling is in the script choosing. So there's like the first thing that you're doing as a storyteller is choosing a script to play. And I agree with what you said earlier, Ed, about when in doubt, like just choose TB. It is a classic. It is timeless. It is never like, some individual games of them can be unfun for different reasons, but like overall as a script, it's not really going to produce like wild, swingy, unfun experiences most of the time, right? Like it is a great script to go for. But when you are deciding a script, like how do you as a storyteller choose a script that's not just one of the base three when you're starting to like, or actually how do you choose base three versus choosing customs? Like start at the foundational level from the storytelling point of view of choosing the script.
I am back. The cat has been appeased.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Ed.
I mean, it's all about the group. There's no point volunteering to run Clock Tower if you're not doing it for the joy of the people who are going to play the game. So I first and foremost and last and everywhere in between, I'm thinking about what is this group going to enjoy. And and that there is a lot of nuance in there. So you're looking at experience and relative experience. One of the things that I find can be particularly prominent is just because everyone's played 30 or more games, if some people have played 30 games and others have played 300, that gives you different problems in terms of what scripts you can throw at people and reasonably expect to go well. Similarly, if everyone's played 30 games, then you get a very different sort of response to what script you choose. So experience is a lot of it. I think you also need to have a real strong sense of the group's
social dynamics.
Yeah, it's both internal social dynamics is one thing. I was more thinking at that point what I was going for was more the at the moment social environment.
Okay.
Because one of the things that every storyteller who's running regular games for a group will discover is that sometimes, even though the players are quite capable of doing whatever script you throw at them, if the last game ended up being intense or fraught, if you give them a custom script at that moment in time, there's going to be a load of people who look at that and go, I can't be bothered. They might not actually think it, and they might not even know that that's a thing, but in like the part of their subconscious will just deflate a little bit at the idea of, oh, it's just been through this really intense final three, and now I've got to look at a completely new script and try and work out what's going on.
Yeah, they start to shut down some.
Yeah, it's just so there's just so much of reading your players. You need to be looking at experience levels, how the players are feeling, what the players are capable of, and what they've played before. If you know, you need to look at what they're actively interested in. It's not just a storyteller choice. It is also, you should always be discussing with your players, assuming they're not completely new. You should always be at least discussing with your players what they would be interested in playing, but you should also not be afraid to overrule them. Just because 10 people go, I'm really, really excited to move on to BMR. It's like, well, if you've played 2 TBs and it's 11 PM, don't. So like, because the other, even if those 10 are excited, the other 3 or 4 might still be sort of settling into TB and everything else. So yeah, there's just a lot that goes into it. Like we said earlier, I'm all about the group having fun and what's going to be most enjoyable for them. So I would always err on the side of making life comfortable for your players in the script you select, with the knowledge that you can always ramp up the difficulty in the characters chosen and the information given. As a rule, it's always easier to increase complexity over time than it is decrease it. If you've thrown them into this custom script with Hooker Heretic Poppy Grower, there's fuck all you can do about that after you've put the characters in the bag. Whereas later, if you've gone with setting up an S&V, you can choose to put less complicated characters in, or if something weird happens, you can choose the simpler route and tailor that to the experience that your players are having at the time.
Yeah, so I've noted down another question on this topic, which is that how well you know the players kind of affect this? Like, how does choosing a script for a group of friends, let's say your regular Sheffield group, versus a group of friends where 1 or 2 of them have brought +1s that you've never met before, versus running games in a more quote unquote professional setting, whether that's at a convention or whether that's a streamed game, versus just running for a bunch of people who are experienced and have played the game a bunch, but that you've never met or never interacted with?
This is interesting because obviously a lot of the time when you're in that situation where you don't necessarily know people as well, you are in a situation, you're in that more, that convention setting, or you're in public games or whatever else, where yes, you don't know people, but that's because the expectation for that sort of event is that you're going to run TB unless you know you can run something else. So a lot of the time that's made a lot easier. I personally will always make an effort to at least have an idea of those people I don't know, as quickly as possible. So personally, I will generally try and, if we've got one or two new people to a group, I'll try and make sure I talk to them, say hello, because that's a big part of welcoming them is the community. By nature of being the storyteller, you are the dominant social force from the perspective of the outsider. It might be that actually in your group there is that one social glue who brings everyone together and keeps them together, and they're the one who runs the social side of your social group. But as far as that person that's just walked up is concerned, you're the one with the big box, and everyone's looking at you as the game starts. And so the best thing, and I will recommend this to everyone, absolutely have to welcome anyone you don't know into your group when you are storytelling, because it's the one thing that's going to make them feel slightly uncomfortable in the moment of you welcoming them, because you are the authority who's coming to talk to them, and they therefore feel the slight social pressure of that. But once you have done so, they have been greeted by the authority and they are welcomed into the group by extension. And it's amazing how much our tribal beast brains respond to that. Like the authority has brought them in, so they're in. So that's the first thing. I would always try and make sure that I talk to people and at least have an idea of them and who they are, if I can. So that sort of feeds all of my answers from the perspective of what I'm like running with my shuffle group, or shuffle group plus a couple of partners or whatever. Although I will, there have been the odd occasion where I've had to go against that, but only when I've been absolutely sure that those people are going to cope with it and run something more bizarre. If you're in a situation where you genuinely don't know anyone, it's all about sounding out the group and making sure you're providing opportunities for everyone to at least have a perspective if they want to have one. You don't want to be turning around and saying to each person, what are you happy with? What are you happy with? But you also don't want to just sort of throw out into the ether, what script would people like to play? And the loudest 5 people shout the ones they want to have, and then no one else gets a say. You want to give an environment. Ideally, the advantage of Clock Tower is that you're getting together somewhere between 8 and 20 people. There's going to be faffing. Take advantage of the faffing to talk to a few people at a time and skim round and just have an idea of what people are interested in, what people are wanting to play, what they're here for. I appreciate that I'm basically just repeating the know your people, know your group, but that is the answer as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Nathan,
did you have any other thoughts on this one?
Anything?
I think sometimes there are times where you don't get the opportunity to do those things quite as much as you would like. I'm thinking back to one of my first experiences getting to storytell in person. It wasn't all that long ago. We were at a games store, and there was about 6 of us, plus this Demeta storytelling. And so, we got to play like a couple of teensies, and those were all fine and great. And then they were doing a Super Smash Bros. Tournament in this game shop. And when that ended, we all of a sudden have a whole bunch of people, most of whom who have never played this game before. There was Demeta, there was Kev, who is on the Connecticut server, who used to run our Wednesday Trouble Brewing games. And there was me, who were all very experienced players. There were a couple of people who had maybe played once or twice, kind of like before the pandemic hit, but then never since then. And everybody else was new. And I had a 13-player game of Trouble Brewing on my hands, and like no real time to kind of go around and get to know these people because we were just like launching straight into the game. And of course, I ran Trouble Brewing, so like picking a script for a whole bunch of people that I know or knew is not really a problem. But I'm just sort of thinking about like occasionally you might have those scenarios where you don't actually have that much time to kind of walk around and get to know people and say hi. They just sort of flood in, and there you are. In which case, again, I think, as we said earlier, when in doubt, run Trouble Brewing. Always a great fallback. If you have the same thing happening and you just happen to know that it's a bunch of experienced people, same thing. You can still fall back on Trouble Brewing because when people are experienced and they're comfortable with Trouble Brewing, it does give you, the storyteller, the opportunity to sort of learn about these players who are new to you based on how they play a script that everybody knows and everybody is comfortable with, including you as the storyteller, right? I feel like it takes some of the pressure off of you as a storyteller, and that makes you more able to try to get reads on some of the people that you maybe didn't have an opportunity to kind of chat up and get to know.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that when it comes to like scripts, I find, because I've been around the unofficial actively for best part of 2 years now, and I find that, and I include myself in this, that there's kind of like a flow of people's interest in scripts. I find that the people who are the most into the wacky, anything can happen, all of the wild characters, all of the bonkers interactions, for the most part, not entirely, but for the most part, I find that that's actually not the most advanced players who've been playing the game forever and want to try something new. I find that tends to be the sort of intermediate level players who are just getting the hang of all of these fun things that you can do. Now, that might just be because I play so much in the unofficial that custom scripts are probably the majority of what gets played. So it might also be a case of, yeah, let's just play a nice base script for a change. But I do find that it tends to be kind of the intermediate level players that are sort of, yeah, no, let's do something wacky. Whereas the sort of veteran players are just kind of like, yeah, no, Trouble Brewing's a really good script. Let's play that. I don't know if that's something that either of you have found.
I think that there is often a bit of a waxing and waning of people's interest in what to do, whether that is which base scripts they're kind of really drawn towards playing more often, or whether they're drawn towards playing customs and what types of customs, because not all customs are like wacky, wild, crazy. There are some customs that are just kind of more on the tame side, right? So I think it's not that uncommon to see it come and go in cycles, right? So you have people who you start off with the base scripts and, you start to get comfortable with those. And then you're like, great, what else can this game do? And so you go, I want to learn about, like what are these wild things that you can do in this weird, wacky world of customs? And so, you're very kind of motivated to seek out new and different things so that you can get the broadest experience possible. And then you can kind of get, I don't want to say you get tired of that, but you sort of have a longing for, okay, I've done this wild stuff for a while. Now I would like to pare back and maybe, go back to a comfortable old favorite. But once you go through that initial cycle, that cycle still continues, and it can be influenced by a lot of things, including just your own energy level. I know, people like me who have chronic issues that can greatly impact our energy levels. That can be a big deciding factor, right? Like I'm pretty much always down to play Trouble Brewing or to storytell Trouble Brewing because it's something I'm comfortable with, and I can I don't think anybody should be doing it like with their eyes closed, even if you sort of maybe can. But you get to put a little bit more of that sort of, I don't want to say autopilot because I don't think that's good either, but it like I said earlier, it takes some of the stress off of you because you don't have to worry about like, oh no, what are these weird edge case interactions, and oh no, did I do these things out of order, and all that stuff. So you can have your personal things that are affecting how you're feeling. But that cycle of like, all right, I would like some comfortable favorites. Okay, I've had enough of that now. I would like to do some wild and crazy stuff. Okay, I've had enough of that now. Let's go back to the favorites. That's a very kind of natural cycle for a lot of people, I think, to go through.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's very true, and that isn't sort of. And I think it is tied with your overarching point about how people tend to progress through their clock tower experience.
Sure.
That does map nicely there, and I agree with that. Broader view, it's obviously not reliable. Everyone's unique and everyone will react differently to certain things, but by and large, that is the flight path, as it were, that people tend to follow, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think it is just where you are in the unofficial and what you see. I think that's generally true as well.
Fair enough. Naveen, is there anything else you want to talk about in terms of script choice and script building and anything like that?
Well, we did have a question from Patters that I think is really interesting. He would like to know, is there value to a script that serves like a one game purpose, like a one and done script that allows you to do maybe a particular interaction set? And that is like the only thing that the script is for. And once you've done it, it doesn't really stand up to multiple playthroughs. Is there value in that?
Yes. Next question.
Yeah. Same answer.
That's
fine. We can get through it a little bit more quickly that way.
I will just give that slightly more context. Why would there not be? If for some groups there won't be. Some groups will look at it and go, well, why would I just do this one-off thing? Because if the players can, the scenario where that's not good is where the players can look at the script and go, well, I can see the one-off thing. And if I know the one-off thing, then I can preempt the one-off thing, and that's not fun. Conversely, hey Patters, I saw your review. I get to say that. But conversely, like the scripts get written like this all the time. One-off games can be really fun because there's something you get to experiment with and not do again, and it means that hopefully they're a unique situation. There's something for you to play into. There's something for you to interact with differently. There was a conversation earlier in chat about Stormcourt Heretics and Stormcourt Damsels. I mean, you don't want to do that 3 games in a row, but one game, sure, why not? Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Navian, why not?
No comment. I would like to add a little bit to that, which is that one thing I think when you do have a funny idea and you're like, oh man, this is a great one-off funny idea, something you might want to keep in mind is it possible to actually build a script that you can do that idea with, but still serves function as a script beyond just that singular idea? As an example of that, I don't know how many of you remember, but yes, Alejo, the Oops All Fools game, basically. I wrote a script for Connecticut's April Fool's games. We ran Storyteller's Nightmare. And that was sort of the pretense that we put out was, yeah, for April Fools, we're going to make you guys play Storyteller's Nightmare. And then we're just going to play this totally normal script. But actually, it was a double bluff. I wrote a script for a singular interaction of what if we have an atheist and we make every single other player a fool for April Fool's Day. And, it was a short game. It was hilarious. Everybody was laughing during the character reveal, which is exactly what we were looking for. But when I built the script, I was like, in order to hide what we are doing with this and the fact that this is the quote unquote real April Fool's joke, not that Storyteller's Nightmare wasn't, it was a part of it. But, this was our second, thought. Well, it was actually our first thought. Storyteller's Nightmare helped us bury it. But what else helped it bury it was I need to write a script that is actually functional as a script, that the players aren't just going to look at and immediately know that this is the interaction that we're doing. And also, they're not going to immediately know that this is a joke script, right? So sometimes you can take one-off ideas and you can still build a script around it where the script itself is playable outside of that one idea. You maybe can't necessarily repeat that idea over and over and over, but you can get functionality out of a script beyond just the one thing. And sometimes you can't. And both of those are totally okay.
Yeah, because you did run a good game of that script right after that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember on the way back from Strange Games Festival, Ed was talking about how much he loves Storyteller's Nightmare, so it's a shame that he missed on that one.
Also, I'm gonna explicitly say out loud what Fraser has said in chat. Also, Trouble Brewing, great script to play exactly once. I would add a corollary to that in the Trouble Brewing, a great script to be aware of someone else playing exactly once.
I don't know what you're talking about. I loved being the washing machine. I was so excited.
I have never heard anyone as proud as that time when Davian just announced, I'm the washing machine.
Yeah, it was fun to be the washing machine and definitely not the whip.
All right. In which case, then let's try and talk a little bit more succinctly about storytelling. If there's nothing else on script building, Navian, and script choice, because I know that you were passionate about some of that. I don't know if you had any more questions on that, real quick.
No, I think we've kind of really hit over all of it. And to be honest, I'm not all that surprised that the answer is largely about know your players. And if you don't, Trouble Brewing is a great standby to always go to, and then try to get to know your players.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll talk about storytelling, Ed, and in particular, we'll start with talking about setup. How do you, the first thing that you do as a storyteller, once you've picked a script, introduce yourself to everyone, is put some tokens into a bag and hand that bag around. How do you decide which tokens go into the bag?
What do you think is going to be fun? Like, it's a really difficult question, and it's really nuanced. And this is one of the reasons why we recommend that people always storytell TB a bunch of times first, because the first time you storytell TB, by and large, you're going to be tempted towards the same setup, same sort of setup that we run for conventions, the same sort of setup that most people run for their first games. It's reliable, it's solid. Even if you vary outside of that setup, you'll have a decent game as long as you don't screw anything up too majorly. It's great. That's what TB does. It's amazing. That's how TB works. Is it takes whatever you give it and goes, yeah, sure, fine, that works. But the flip side of that is, while it takes everything you give it and goes, fine, that works, it also takes everything you give it and spits out relatively reliable, if you do X, you get some variant of Y. And so as you go through running TB, and then you get relatively solid at that, and then you move on into some of the other two base threes, obviously your mind is entirely blown by having to do fucking savant information and work out who's getting killed by a pit hag, and trying to work out all the nuances of who exactly is being killed by this goddamn Pooker. Like, you also get more and more experience of, if I put in A, what comes out the other end. If I put in these combinations, what comes out the other end. And what you get is, you don't just get a list of, if I put in the monk, I get this response. It's, if I put in the washerwoman, the monk, and the raven keeper, then I'll get this sort of thing. You get lots of little combinations, and then that so initially you can only look at the microcosm, and then you go to a slightly bigger macro scale where you get those little groups, and then you go to an even bigger macro scale where it's not just the monk, the washerwoman, and the raven keeper. It's some sort of character that prevents people dying at night, some sort of character that wants to die at night and some sort of giving town information about themselves character, this is how they tend to go together. And that then means that you can just look at a script and go, what do I think is going to be interesting on this script? What do I think is going to have fun interactions? What do I think is going to give people a lot to play with on this script? And you end up, from that build experience, putting things together. Obviously, I'm answering this from the custom script perspective because I think a lot of people have answered the question of how to set up TB a lot of times, and so I wasn't necessarily going down that route, but we can.
Well, what I want to ask is maybe a little bit more broad than that, not necessarily like the specificities of the difference, but like what is the difference broadly speaking? Like how does it feel different as a storyteller to like pick custom script rolls out and put them in the bag versus when you're doing base 3?
It obviously depends how experienced you are. I think the gospel for base 3 is that if it's TB, you can't fuck it up. Just put if whatever you were thinking of putting in, put it in. As long as you're confident in running the characters, it'll work, and you'll have a lot of fun with it. You do need a bit more thought for the other two, but even then, like by and large, you can get away with pretty much anything. But what you're doing is shaping how the game is going to go. You know, if you what demon you pick in each of the other two base 3s is putting a certain amount of shape onto how the game's going to go. I got sidetracked by one thought then, and I need to come back to it.
I think in SMV, the characters can be kind of described as each night, once per games, and others, and you can kind of grab a fairly balanced mix of those, and you'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
Do you suggest if somebody's running a base script for the first time, do you suggest that they stick with the recommended setups that are in the back of the almanac?
It's always up to you. If you're always, I mean, obviously you're only going to be running a base 3 script for the first time once, so no one's going to be able to necessarily, unless you've told people beforehand, oh, I'm really nervous, I'm going to stick with the base setup. Hint, don't do that. Then
don't tell your players what you're putting in the bag before you put them in the bag.
Yeah.
Pro tip.
So you can kind of you can stick to those if you want to. You're only going to be storytelling for the first time, storying a script for the first time once, and therefore you can't be as easily method about it. So you can do. You don't have to. I mean, as I mentioned fairly high up in this stream, my first game of BMR was 19 players. My first game of SMB was 20. I don't recommend doing that, but you can. It's not gonna, it's not gonna necessarily be a problem as long as you are focused on the enjoyment and making sure that you're confident in what you're doing. You can more or less do what you like. It's the strength of the base 3. I think, like you say, Alejo, there is a certain element of if you're sort of picking a diaspora of characters. It's generally a good rule if a script is in SAO, standard AMI order, which do I need to do SAO? Have you talked about it before on script?
We've talked about it before, but you can just touch on it because we've got more people viewing this one than ever before for script notes.
Oh, nice. So standard AMI order is not an official mandated order, no matter how much people think it is. It just makes things a lot easier in terms of reading scripts, which broadly goes things that act on the first night, things that act every night, things that act every night apart from the first night, and then pretty much everything else. Just to give, and it gives you a sort of an array through the game of when abilities are interacting. Obviously, as a storyteller, if you put in all characters that act on the first night, that's very often a gimmick game or script. If you put in all characters that act every night, that tends to be very powerful for the town. So it's generally a good rule of thumb to just broadly scatter your townsfolk across the breadth of the script if they're in SAO. But outside of that, you can pretty much flex and do whatever you like, as long as you can look at every character and go, I'm confident that the vast majority of the time I can deal with this, and if I don't know the answer, I can make a ruling and deal with it in the moment. Then do it. Put in whatever you like. There's storytelling is very nuanced, right? There is a side of it of what you give the players to play with is like you DMing a game of D&D. It's you're giving them some story beats to start from and for them to work from, and then they can tell their own story. Having said that, as long as you give them something, they'll probably tell a story anyway. It might not be the best, it might not be as good a story as it would have been if you'd given them a slightly different setup, but they're still going to play with it. Unless you've done something genuinely broken, which probably is going to be a script building failure rather than a storytelling failure. Players are going to play with it and they're going to play a game. And I'll be honest, every storyteller in the world ever has run shit games. That's happened. It's a thing that happens. There's no way to get around it. You know, and I'm not talking about making mistakes. I'm talking about you've put together a set of characters that you thought were fine at the time, and then by chance these people have drawn these characters and happen to hate them, or those specific people which always pick each other have picked Demon and Fortune Teller, and it's a very quick game, and no one enjoys, well, not no one enjoys it, but it just falls a bit flat, and that happens. But what you're doing as a storyteller is, in the long run, learning where those things come from, learning what happens with those, and then trying to adjust them accordingly. As a rule, you should be aiming to make sure that everyone has fun every time. Sometimes they won't. You want to minimize that, but there are absolutely games where people are just like, oh, can it end? And that will happen. That will happen sometimes. You can't do much about it. A lot of the time that comes down to drawing out the bag. That's one of the flaws of a random system. But
I think like something to keep in mind is that basically you're providing the players with some tools in the form of their character abilities, but you as a storyteller only, like, you don't really have influence over what they do with their own tools, right? So you're providing them a character, and you are, if applicable, you're providing that character with information, and sometimes you get even more influence over that information, like if they're drunk or poisoned or whatever. But again, what they do with it beyond what you've given them is out of your control. And I think that's a part of like what you can take into consideration when you are building setups, that you also just have to accept that some of it is beyond your control. Like, you're not here to micromanage the game. You're here to, like you said, kind of with scattering the roles, you're scattering the tools around, and then it's up to the players to pick them up and do something with it. And sometimes they do things with it that you're not expecting.
I think there's also a case that, like, if you're ever in a situation where you're looking at a group of faces that are just, I am not having fun, when is this over? There are still things that you can do as a storyteller. You've got the Doomsayer and the Fiddler if you really think it should be over now.
Yeah. But the point is that, like, I think most people regard that as that. Basically, a lot of people regard there being two failure states as a storyteller. One is you've created a broken game where it feels shit for one of the teams, in which case, like I said, probably a script building problem. And the other one is people aren't enjoying this game so much that they don't want to play it anymore. And it's like, but that's a worst case scenario, and even in that scenario, like Alejo says, you can cut your losses and roll on, and do something else, play a different script, go back to TB, whatever. I'm basically illustrating the point of the fail case for storytelling is not actually bad. So as long as you're confident that what you're doing, or that you're doing what you're doing from an angle of, I think that this is going to be fun for the players, then do it.
Yeah. I think that the summary of what you said is more art than science.
Correct.
So you
don't get me wrong, it does bug me.
Yeah, I can believe that. So you've dealt out the characters, you've picked up the character tokens. People are sitting in a circle and chatting with each other about the game, about irrelevant things, and you're putting these characters into a nice little circle on your grimoire and putting the reminder tokens here, there, and everywhere. How long should that take? Ideally, how long should it be between you getting the characters and you saying, "All right, everyone, go to sleep"?
That's a really interesting question. I've never thought of it that strictly. I think that players are very forgiving because they know that your job is quite difficult. If they've story told before, they know it's quite difficult. If they haven't story told before, you're holding a magic fucking box. So you've got a lot of leeway in what you want to do. In an ideal world, obviously the strict scientific answer is the how long should that take? The minimum amount of time without you getting anything wrong. In reality, ideally, I'll put it this way: if I'm running TB, I can basically take, even as I'm taking the tokens back. Partially, I'm tall enough that I can take tokens back off people and still be looking in the grimoire without anyone else being able to see it, which makes it a lot easier. Yeah. So I can walk around taking the tokens back, and even as I'm taking them back, I can go, "Oh, that looks like I'll probably throw a washerwoman here, whatever." As I'm taking
this is
them
true
back.
of Alejo as well, who was also quite tall. Meanwhile, I'm like, y'all, I'm trusting some of you to not try to peek at the grim while I'm walking around because I am so short.
Yeah.
I think we're about the same height.
Thing. Yeah, Alejo and I is pretty similar. So there is a certain element of that, but like if you give me a nice complicated custom and I'm running it in person, yeah, it might take me anything up to 4, 5, 6 minutes to work out what the fuck I'm doing. Obviously, I'd prefer it not to be that long. I generally try to keep it to. I don't want anyone to finish a conversation they were having before I finish setting up. But I don't think there's a hard number. Obviously, like I say, your group's going to be very forgiving, and if they know each other and like each other, they're going to be chatting. And if they don't know each other and don't like each other and they're not chatting, then they're only making their own lives more difficult. And by and large, you'll find that someone will turn around and start a conversation, even if it's with the entire group at once, making some incredibly bad joke. Oh, that might just be me. Hang on, sorry.
It's not just you. I think Demeta falls into that category too.
I have story told for Ed in person. I can confirm.
Yeah. I mean, I think the context here is that my D&D group have a macro on our virtual tabletop, which is rolled every time I make a pun as to how much psychic damage the players take, and that macro gets hit between 3 and 10 times a session.
I would like to say that every time that they take psychic damage, it gets transferred to me, so I gain psychic ability from the damage that they are taking. Thank you.
Excellent. I love to hear it.
That's why you suddenly feel better every other Monday that you're not doing this.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, Tuesdays.
Yeah, it's Tuesdays.
Every Tuesdays.
Mondays. I also pun quite a lot just generally, so it's all good.
Yeah. We've not had a single pun all stream.
We haven't. That's because you've asked me like sensible questions, and I've been serious. Actually, that's also not true. I made a prescriptive pun earlier.
Oh, you did. No, we've had 2. We've had one more as well, actually, but I can't remember what it was.
But anyway, so I think the answer is obviously quick is good, but not at the expense of getting anything wrong. And you'll get more experience with that as you go. And at the end of the day, if your players are so awkward with each other that they can't entertain themselves for a minute or 2 while you do setup, you've probably got broader social group problems that you're going to need to be working with slightly.
Okay. We'll talk about actually running the game in a moment, where for the point from where you say, all right, close your eyes. But first, we've got a question from Kat, which is, the base 3 scripts are very well balanced, even most of the time, with a random selection of characters. What character combinations do you think have the most potential for swingy scenarios in the base 3 scripts? And how do you, as a storyteller, keep those games with those combinations fun for both teams? What are your storyteller tips for rebalancing a game that avoids nerfing townsfolk or evil abilities in the process?
So,
do you want me to copy paste that one as well?
Copy paste it in, but I think
Sure.
I've got an initial answer. I don't think there's anything in TB where I'd highlight, because that's what TB's for, right? It's so well balanced that it's very unlikely to be particularly swingy. And when it is particularly swingy, the losing team generally knows that it's being swingy, and they get information out of that. I mean, I'll be more specific on that. TB is very rarely wildly swingy towards the good team at absolutely stomping, and even when it is, the good team don't know that they're stomping, and so it isn't necessarily the be all end all. Whereas if it's the other way and evil are stomping, then good tends to realize they're stomping pretty quickly, and you have tools you can do about things about that a lot of the time in TB, and give good a little bit of help. And so it tends to not have this problem. The other two, I have. So BMR Zumble is always a bit of a balance issue. It can tip either way very rapidly, just on that one day's execution happening to go this way rather than that way. It can tip a lot on just certain other characters picking certain characters. Other ones in BMR, Minstrel, you have to be quite careful with. Not that you have to be quite careful with, can go wrong for the evil team quite quickly, because all it takes is a minion getting executed, not by chance, but generally minions aren't executed on day 1 or 2, but if they are, then that can go wrong very quickly for the evil team, especially if they're on one of the lower kill demons, or if, say, an assassin doesn't know there's a minstrel and yeets their ability out there and wastes it.
I will say, just to interject, I lost a game once as a minstrel with the minions being executed immediately, and I just became like a hard confirmed minstrel in everybody's eyes, and we lost because it was a Puka. But there was an exorcist, and somehow there was enough confusion about what demon type was in play. I think we were all thinking it was a Zomboul, that we completely missed the Puka exorcist interaction, and evil still won.
I mean, yeah, that's. I would suspect that that's probably an outlier in the other direction, to be honest. But
I can agree with that.
Yeah, it's the evidence that it's not necessarily the be all end all.
But yes.
So on those, I'll go through the character combinations first, and then sort of come back to balancing them. S&V, I tend to find, obviously the Snake Charmer is the famous one for being swingy. I tend to also find that No Dashi is very swingy, which may surprise people somewhat, because somewhat how the game goes with No Dash, it can be very much dictated by just who happened to pick out those nearest townsfolk tokens and how close they are, when they use their abilities. Can you do anything to obfuscate whether they're poisoned or not? If not, then poor No Dashi. I'm trying to think, is there anything else on S&V that you'd say is particularly
swingy? Dreamer?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think sometimes you get really unlucky. If the Dreamer just picks an evil player on night 1, you as a storyteller have no frame of reference yet for what they're going to bluff. And if you know your players really, really well, and you know like which player in particular, especially if it's a demon, and you know which one they're likely to take, and you can guess that correctly, sometimes it's okay. But more often than not, a Dreamer picking an evil on night 1, that evil player is almost certainly fucked, unless they're capable of selling that it is a Vortox world when it is not, like really, really well. And that can be quite difficult.
Yeah, I think that's so this is sort of playing into the how do you keep this game fun. It kind of depends on the character combination, but that's a great example of you lean a little bit more into if the swing. So by and large, swingy scenarios come up because the evil team get a bit screwed by a combination. That's most often the case. We were talking about the Zombuul finding things difficult, the Minstrel making things difficult for the entire evil team. We're talking about the Snake Charmer screwing over, at the very least, screwing over the minions, if not necessarily the ex-Snake Charmer, now Demon. We're talking about the Dreamer dreaming evil players. All of these things tend to be swingy because they're hitting evil really hard. And so the major thing is you just have to consider overarching balance when you're it's almost never the character combination itself which you can mess with. It's almost always the other abilities. So to use that Dreamer example, yeah, maybe you do nudge other information to look a bit more Vorksoxy to lend that evil player a hand. Maybe in BMR you deliberately give on a minstrel night you deliberately give some true info to
to the only info character the chambermaid.
yeah, well, yeah. Maybe you try and influence things to counter that swing. The risk is exactly what Kat calls out in the question, which is you can end up making a townsfolk feel like their ability wasn't a townsfolk ability, and that's a balancing act, to be honest.
How about Clockmaker Evil Twin as a combination that can be quite swingy?
It can be. It's one of those that you think a little bit about when you put it in the bag. But it's one of those things where it can be quite swingy, but by the very nature of the Clockmaker, unless they're specifically in certain seats, you've almost always got 4 choices for a demon in that scenario. And, like even in a 15-player game, you've got 4 choices for a demon with a Clockmaker number. The Clockmaker might be poisoned or drunk, or it might be a Vortox game. You have to work both of those things out.
You also have to, I think, take into consideration that the twin might not be the nearest minion anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got,
but I think
the
that's where
information might have been messed with. It might not give you, give you very many candidates. You have to trust the Clockmaker. You have to get enough of the people killed, etc., etc.
I think that's where it becomes swingy rather than powerful, because like if the Clockmaker, if the evil twin is the nearest to the demon, then you might just execute the demon on the first or second day if you trust the Clockmaker. But if the demon isn't closest to the evil twin, then evil are going to have a field day just executing presumably 3 good players in the hopes that one of them are the demon.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it is swingy. I think the nature of the base 3, at least, is that the vast majority of the balance is built into the script. It's one of those things where, like I said, that all of your choices on what's going on the bag is informed by experience. You'll probably learn some from that time that minstrel game goes really badly and those times where minstrel games go fine, that your group does better with minstrels in certain situations than others.
Well, Kat is now in chat, so Kat, have you got any other character combinations that you want to suggest as being potentially quite swingy? And we'll come back to this and just quickly move on if you do. And we'll talk about storytelling the game itself briefly. Before I go through what I've actually got here, we'll continue with my earlier line of questioning about like how long setup should be and how long should a night phase take. How many times do you want to make sure that you're waking up the right people, and how much do you just want to, okay, let's just play the game?
I mean, obviously the priority is people aren't having fun with their eyes closed generally. I mean, that I obviously, in a good social group, then they are going to be having fun, chilling out and chatting and making jokes and things. But you do want that, again, you want it to be as quick as possible, but it's not the end of the world if it's slow. Everyone's played games where that night phase took an age, and generally it's not a problem. And the main reason that it can take a long time is because there's complex interactions, and everyone would rather you got it right. and took the time to get it right than you rushed because you're aware that it's already a long night and struggled to line things up appropriately accordingly. I'm not actually sure how long my average night is. I'm thinking so. Alejo knows that my group tends to have music at night. I take it as a rule of thumb that if I've not finished the first night by the time the first track is finished, this has been quite a long night, and I want to keep that in mind when I'm trying to keep the tempo up.
I think
so that's a bit of a guide at 3 to 4 minutes.
I think Ben published that or posted that playlist on Twitter. If anybody wants to play Clock Tower with the music that Ed uses.
I will observe there's two attitudes when constructing a script for Clock Tower, and this is a massive aside from the question. We'll come back.
Sure.
There's two attitudes people tend to follow. Number one is nice thematic music that really suits the medieval / steampunk style musings of the script and is very thematic and environmental. And option two is shit that is funny references. I did option two. There's not many other people that did option two. I think it's fun.
You just have songs called shit like Recluse.
I mean, yeah, like Marionette by ABBA, which is one of the worst songs they ever produced.
Those covers pretty good.
You think you can't go wrong with ABBA. You can. It's Marionette. It's not great. But every song I've got on there is a little bit silly and a little bit fun. I mean, I don't think you experienced this, Alejo, but one of the tracks I've got on there is a reading of the poem The Raven.
Oh my god.
It's just so it's silly, it's fun. We have various jokes and mockery about it that works for us. My group is quite, how do we say? I think my group is quite chill generally. We quite like a very relaxed environment. We don't play a very role play, very intense, very focused game. We tend to play quite an open, free, and friendly social game. I think, does that seem fair, Alejo?
Yeah, I remember the first time I sat down to play a game with you, and then I closed my eyes and just all of a sudden just started blaring the Witch Doctor song.
Yeah. Yeah, that's on there.
Sure.
But so my group tends to be quite chill, so we're not the thematic music wouldn't do anything. Well, it'd work fine for its original purpose, which is I tended to have come directly from the office when we were first playing, so I was wearing shoes with which you could hear when I was walking around. So
what else was on there? It was just such a wide, weird range of stuff. You've got
it's the fact that the first 3 tracks, were The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Madonna Like a Virgin.
Oh yeah, we had
Poison
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air
by Alice Cooper.
We have Fresh Prince of Bel-Air as one of the first ones that we got when I was playing with you. So it was bizarre. It was not what I was expecting because it was the first game I ever played in person.
I feel I should give a little context because I've said that all of these are references and puns. The French Prince is the only one that isn't, and that is purely because the first time we were playing at one of the hosts' houses, people could hear me moving around, and I went, "Oh, tomorrow night, can you put some music on?" And the host turned around to their Alexa and went, "Alexa, play the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air." That was the first thing that came to mind. So it was then traditional that we listened to the Fresh Prince the first night of every game from then on. So
amazing.
That's the only one that is not in.
I mean, that's still a reference. That's still an in-joke.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all a massive aside to say that, generally my rule of thumb is if I've taken an entire track, which is obviously somewhere between 3 and 4 minutes generally, then I'm getting towards the long end. But you will also notice, I don't think most people are aware that they've had their eyes closed for 3 to 4 minutes. Time passes differently when you have your eyes closed to how it does when you're like eyes open and interacting, because by nature you are focused on whatever conversation is happening, and there are no distractions, and so you're participating in the social environment.
And I feel like that's something that spies need to remember. Just take your time, look at the grimoire. No one's going to notice. That's actually something that I put in the spy wiki entry. Just take your time.
Yeah, I try to really hammer that point in the Spy Got There episode as well. Like,
yeah,
you've got people are so. I find that spies start getting twitchy at around 25, 30 seconds of looking in the grimoire. But they can afford to use 3 to 4 times that if they need to.
Yeah.
No one notices the difference between a 3-minute night where you took 30 seconds and a 4.5-minute night where you took 2 minutes. It seems slightly long, but who knows? Maybe maybe I had to walk around a lot to wake up the minions and demons. It's one of the things that I pointed out at one point was in 2 consecutive games, I took something like 15 seconds to do the minion and demon info because they were all sat in a row on a couch, and I could just go bosh them, and go back to sleep. Bosh these 2. Here's the bluffs. Go back to sleep. Next, and carry on. And then I've also run games in your big 20 players where just working out who the minions are in order to walk around and wake them up took me 30 seconds.
Yeah.
If you've got 15, 20 players, you're sitting there going, right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5, you're a minion. 6, 7, 8, you're a minion.
When I'm storytelling, I always like to take, and this is a tip for storytellers, I always like to take note of 3 people and 1 geographical location in the room that I'm running a game in. And I will count from at least 2 of those in both directions to make sure I'm waking the right person.
Yeah.
I think what you were saying about the spy kind of it makes me think of. So I don't know if you 2 know how one way for the saw a person in half trick works in Magic.
I do.
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't want to hear this, they don't want to see what goes on behind the curtain, I guess close your ears now for like a minute or 2, because I'm going to give away how this trick sometimes works. So basically, it plays with our ability to perceive things when they're at a slightly different angle. So when a person is standing, you have an idea of what their height is because you can see their full height. And when a person goes from standing to lying down, that is where the secret is in. So the table that is built for this trick it has much more depth to it than you might think. And so what happens is the person climbs onto the table and they sink down. And so their actual physical torso is lower than the top of the table. So like where the saw or where the plates that they put in would stop at. The person's body is below that. And you as an audience member do not see that they have essentially lost however many inches of height this would take away from them because they're at a completely different reference point. And so I think that that's the same thing for the spy, right? People, when they have their eyes closed, are participating in essentially a different angle than when they are participating with their eyes open. And so your perception of how much time is passing isn't going to track in quite the same way. So yeah, you have the time. Take the time.
The spy is actually a good lead into another topic that I'd like to get your thoughts on, Ed, because Navian and I have spoken about this, and I know that you feel quite passionate about it, Navian, which is accessibility aids for characters such as the spy, but also just in general, like note taking, picture taking. How do you feel about that?
Oh, don't obstruct your players having fun.
Yes, thank you.
It's pretty simple. Like, I appreciate that there is an angle where you can go, if I let everyone take notes, then the good team gets much more powerful, and that it makes it much more difficult to balance the game. And it's like, yeah, but if some people, if there's anyone who's going to have significantly less fun because you've banned that, that's going to impact the balance of your game vastly more. So let people take notes.
It's going to impact that person's desire to play with you and with your group, right? If I go to a group and I'm quite used to being the only person in in-person games with a notebook with me, and that's fine. Like, I don't necessarily mind being the only person with a notebook, but if I were to have to go to a group and so when it comes to accessibility tools like that, what's really, really important to keep in mind is you cannot bar people's access to it for whatever reason. Otherwise, it is no longer an accessibility tool. There are a lot of people, and I will tell you, there are a lot of abled people who hand wring over, oh, what if somebody takes advantage? What if somebody like is trying to cheat the system to get an advantage? I will tell you right now, as a person who in particular, memory impairment is one of my big issues when it comes to this game, and note taking is a requirement for me to participate in it. I don't give a fuck. All right, I don't care. I don't need you to worry about somebody else taking advantage of something that you don't necessarily want them to use unless they need to. Because all you're going to do is make it harder for me to access that thing, right? If I have to go and prove myself to you and I have to go and out myself to you in order to use an accessibility tool, that tool is no longer accessible. It becomes jumping through hoops. It's a gatekeeping technique. And don't do that, right? You need to have open access. Even if you decide, like, your group is like, okay, we as a group in general agree that for the most part, the game is more fun and more interesting if, you know, people who don't need to take notes don't take notes. Fine, you can do whatever works for your group. But please keep in mind that if somebody is doing something other than like what your group has overall decided, you don't need to question them. You don't need to bully them. You don't need, like, all you're going to do there is you're going to drive them out of your space. So please leave your accessibility tools open for use if you want them to be actually accessible.
Anything to add?
Yeah. Most of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I also agree. So let's move on. All right, storytelling. In a word, describe your storytelling style. Challenge.
This is a tough question.
It is. So
I'm going with social.
Social.
Yeah.
In a few sentences, explain why.
No, you said in a word. That's it. That's all you're getting.
Okay, fine. Then let's move on to the next question. What one tip would you give to a brand new storyteller that's just setting out?
Chill out. Use what you've been what's been provided for you. You have everything you need in the box. Use it. Use the reminder tokens, and just take your time and it'll happen.
And what tip would you give to a more experienced storyteller that's perhaps comfortable with all three of the base scripts and perhaps some custom scripts? What do you feel like most good but not great storytellers are missing to kick them onto the next level?
Anytime you're about to make a decision where your instinct is, oh, the answer is just this, take a moment to think, what are the impact of the other options? I think, to expound on that slightly, one of the things that decently experienced but not top flight storytellers do quite a lot is they follow norms the vast majority of the time because that's what they've done. they've been a junior storyteller, working out how things are going on. They've got the hang of slowly getting the hang of TB, and then they've moved on. They've slowly getting the hang of the other base 3 scripts, and they've sold a few customs. But what's happened is by and large, people deviate to what's comfortable and what they know. And so they will tick along and do the same things a lot of times over and over. And you can have so many fun games with those things. You could do, the same thing not every time in TB, but like a lot of times in TB, and no one's going to meta that, no one's going to get any information out of that. But that's not the only data point that's contributing to a fun game. What you'll discover is that when you're coming across the same situations over and over, or similar situations over and over, it is very easy to just default to, this is the thing that you do in this situation. The drunk storyteller has drunk fortune teller drunk fortune teller has picked the demon and another townsfolk. I have to give a no. I always give a no. So, well, do you? Yes, if you give that yes, it might lose the evil team of the game. But also, if you only ever give a no, then people are going to meta that as well, and it becomes reliable. And the enemy of fun is reliability. As is
there's
with
things
jokes
that you need to take into account for that too, right? Aside from just like you said, being unreliable, is very much helpful for facilitating fun and interest in this game. You can also think about, what have I done in this setup that can work with giving certain information, right? You've put in a Scarlet Woman, and now the drunk fortune teller has chosen the demon and somebody else. Give a yes, and then later, because the fortune teller now thinks they're not drunk because they found a demon, you can give a no on a Scarlet Woman, right? Like if you have an Undertaker who now has just seen the imp, great. You have done a lot of work with that true information from your drunk player. There's also the fact that, I've seen, if the fortune teller does pick the demon early and they get a no, and then they pick the demon again later and you give a yes, it's confusing information, right? And then they have all these worlds that they have to sort through. Well, is the new person that I picked a yes? Was there a star pass? All those kinds of things. So I strongly agree with mix up what you are doing all the time.
Yeah. I think also, just specifically on this, the other thing that plays into this is listen to what your players bluff. This is related, I promise. Listen to what your players bluff, because if they're going to bluff it, it needs to happen. Not necessarily in that game, but in general, that thing that they are bluffing needs to happen sometimes. If it never happens, no one can bluff it ever again. And also, if someone's going to bluff it, it's probably quite fun.
Yeah.
And I think that it's especially fun when you're listening into players who will bluff absolutely wild shit. I imagine that having Patters as a regular player and listening to what Patters bluffs can give a storytellers all sorts of crazy ideas, right? So don't just listen to your sensible players bluffing and play into that. Also listen to the wacky shit and let that give you some ideas.
Okay. So that's your tip for a new storyteller and a tip for an experienced storyteller. You want a fun question, Ed? That's not on the script, maybe. I've run a few games for you. What's your one tip for me? And I'm going to make you criticize me.
Interesting. I'll admit I don't have this from you running for me, because I'm more focused on the game rather than storyteller. Unless someone's asked me for storyteller feedback, I try to actively divorce my mind from that. Because let's be honest, no one wants me turning around to them after a game and giving them criticism if they're not in a place to receive that. So I very actively try not to. But having
I think nobody wants anybody to do that.
True. But people do ask me. I will observe. People do ask me occasionally. What did you think of that? And I have to give the same answer.
Yeah, you just don't want people to be like give unsolicited feedback all the time.
Yeah, but I also don't want people to be wary of storytelling with me in a game, because I want to play too, and I don't want them to feel pressured about the fact that I'm there or whatever else. But
this is where chat chime in. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. But from having watched the odd game that you've story told, I would say that possibly your biggest flaw is actually doing the opposite of the is overdoing one of the things I gave the tip about. Is sometimes you will really overthink the options of, well, if I give this, then this person will do that, but if I give this, then this person will do that. And actually sometimes you just need to go the other way of, let's just give this and let them do what they want with it. Because I think you and Navian specifically as a duo, this is applying to both of you. Sorry, Navian, you're getting caught in this feedback.
That's fine.
You're both thinkers and planners, and it's why your script building and this sort of thing works really well. But sometimes you especially if you're storytelling together, you will look at things and be like, oh, what happens if? And it can go a step further, and you overthink it and you need to come back and go, yeah, but if that fortune teller gets, I'm going to keep saying storyteller apparently, if that fortune teller gets a yes,
why is it wrong with teller?
That player's if that fortune teller gets a yes, they're going to run off and try and get that player executed, and that's the most fun thing for everyone right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair feedback. And I think, interestingly, that probably when I storytell with Demeta, who is my other regular storytelling partner, I probably storytell slightly differently with him, because Alejo and Demeta are two different people with their own storytelling styles.
Allegedly.
And the thing is, though, that like I also don't actively like think about these things. I don't move through life with constantly comparing people to each other, because I don't find that pleasant. So like I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what those differences are in my own like response to storytelling. Between Demeta and Alejo, but like I imagine there probably is some.
Fair enough. Well, thank you both for your honesty. Now we'll talk about a different storyteller who isn't here to defend themselves, but is Ben Burns. Ben was your first storyteller from what you were talking about earlier. How would you say that Ben's style as a storyteller has influenced yours, and where do you think you're different?
I think we're different in our basic initial approach to the game. I think Ben's talked many times on stream and in sort of blog posts and things about how he saw Clock Tower and went, I get to, this is DMing for Ben. Ben came into Clock Tower as an incredibly experienced DM, GM, played every RPG under the sun. For people who don't know this, when I say Ben has played every RPG under the sun, I really mean it. Like, there's almost no RPG that Ben hasn't played. I can
contribute to this. I asked Ben for a recommendation for an RPG for something that one of my groups is playing, and he said, "I've not played this, but," and the RPG is Dungeon World. Anyway, go on. Not relevant at all.
No, it's good. But he therefore approached Clock Tower in a very like, I'm telling a story with my friends. I'm putting them into a scenario where they get to play a game. And therefore everything about Ben was like, are people having fun? Then I don't give a shit. What's your problem? And I am, as we all know, a very rules-minded person. So I saw Clock Tower and was like, oh, this is really cool. There's loads of interactions. Everything plays off against each other. You've got this really nuanced role of the storyteller where you get to choose how things are going to play together and really influence how the game goes on a grand scale in terms of what you choose to put in the bag and then how you choose to give information to people. And I think Ben running my first game is largely irrelevant in the grand scheme to my storytelling. Ben being the storyteller I witnessed most had a really big impact because I learned a lot from Clock Tower in terms of empathy and understanding and reading people and the whole social world. I've always, since I got over the social environment I went to school in, and learned that conservatism is wrong and that you should actually have some empathy for your fellow humans. I've always valued the group enjoyment over everything else, but until I watched Ben storytell a lot, I did not know how to do that. There's one thing that's infinitely reliable about Ben is that he will go to the ends of the earth to make people have fun, if he can do anything about it. And what that means is he has both the positive and the negative sides of that, right? He has the positive side of he will really try to make sure that everyone can have fun, but also sometimes he will make choices that means that someone don't have fun because he doesn't think through well, if I do this, what happens afterwards? He's like, this is fun, do the thing. And that's the end of the decision-making process. So yeah, we have had, don't think Ben will disagree with that. He's had situations both ways with that on stream where in the moment he's been like, yeah, this will be cool, I'll do this sounds great, and then not realize that it's got an unintended consequences. But what it's meant for me is that I get to see how he always prioritizes that player fun and how he does it, and how as a man who's used to being center of attention, how he can make that work for him in prioritizing that fun. And then I could use that to drag my own storytelling much more in that same social direction.
Fair enough. Are there any other storytellers that you feel like you have learned a lot from and have influenced you as a storyteller?
This is a weird answer because I don't think I've ever played a game storytold by him at all. But just reading Steve write about storytelling, I think influenced me more than anything else.
That's fair.
It's he's the creator of the game, but he created this game that we love from a lot of very interesting and very cool design principles.
Didn't you play the game that Stephen ran on the Mega stream, where he started the conversation by asking if he should put a butler in play to Evan without leaving the chat that all the players were?
Oh, that is true. I did play that game. The hashtag boomer, all Clock Tower, all Clock Tower. The longer you spend in Clock Tower, the more of a boomer you become.
Yeah.
I had forgotten that. That is true. But there you go. I mean, it was a combined Steve and Evan, but yes, I think that's the biggest influence I've had. I think the other thing that makes this more difficult to answer for me is that I had run 1,000 games before I'd played 30.
Really?
So I didn't have the opportunity to learn from other people in the same way as most people do. Of those first 30 games, probably 20 to 25 of them were Ben.
Sure.
And it was after I'd got past 1,000 games run that I got to play a lot more as more and more people got willing to storytell, and not least got willing to storytell and didn't want me to hover as a mentor rather than playing.
Fair.
So yeah, I have a weird world with that, which is one of the reasons why the guy who wrote a lot about it is one of my storytelling influences, my major storytelling influences, because I could learn from him without having to get into playing games and learning from storytellers that way.
Nadine, just real quick, I'm curious to hear if you feel like there's anybody who influenced you as a storyteller.
Probably Ed.
Why you do this?
I mean, okay, so by the time that I got into Clock Tower, the streams were kind of already in pretty decent full swing. So we were at the phase where you and Ben were storytelling together quite regularly. And, Ben is very well known as a storyteller by himself, because, he is the, I forget the exact title, he's the community outreach guy. So that's his job, is to be the sort of face of storytelling for TPI, right? He does the No Rules Barred, he does the streams, he goes out to conventions, he goes to new streams, he sometimes storytells there. So he's definitely known in his own right, and he has his own storytelling style. And like you said, Ed, it's definitely very social related, and I can definitely get behind that. I do think it's very, very important. In fact, the most important thing for me as a storyteller is player fun, even if that gets filtered through some of the thinking and planning that I'm trying to do to ensure that that happens. Ultimately, what I am looking at is, do I think the players will have fun with what I, or we, if I'm co-storytelling, am doing? And but what I have gotten from you is actually quite a lot of that. When you were talking about how your and Ben's different approaches to judging scripts for the script competitions eventually sort of kind of melded a bit, and you each took a little bit from each other. I think by the time that I got into the Clock Tower, you two had been storytelling together long enough, that was happening with the storytelling as well. And you are definitely somebody who's very strongly interested in rules and interactions, and that's obviously where a lot of my interest in the game and my strengths in the game is as well. So, no offense to Ben, great guy, but I felt myself being more naturally drawn towards you and your storytelling style as a result, because I felt like you had that balance of caring about your players and being thoughtful about those aspects of the game, while also keeping in mind all of the intricacies of the moving parts.
That's lovely, and I don't have anything else to say to that.
I think for me it would probably, so it's a weird one for me because I feel like it's the amalgamation of all of the people who ran all of my early games on the unofficial, which is where I really started to play the game. But if I had to pick somebody, it would probably be James Capelli, along with Tyler. I find myself having picked up a few quirks and stylistic choices from their games, and I think that their games on the Sunday streams were some of my most formative games. So yeah, I would have to go with those two, I think.
No one tell Capelli. We'll never hear.
Oh God, no! Please, nobody ever mention that I said that to Capelli.
Oh, it's not like this is recorded and going to be, put up on YouTube or anything for the end of time.
Okay. If anybody ever sends a link of this to Capelli, I will find you.
I might personally just clip it and send it.
I will cut you from all of my streams.
No, wait, I'll still be on them, but you're just gonna edit me out of every single VOD and then re-upload it as a highlight with me cut out.
Yeah, you're going to the gulag. I'm sorry. Anyway, one more question that's also not on the sheet, which is, there is a rule in the rule book that I feel like a lot of players, in particular online, I don't really know about offline, but in my limited offline experiences, I think it's also true there, that a lot of players ignore, or rather a lot of storytellers ignore, which is that you should not say, that player is executed and dies, go to sleep. You should say, that player is executed and dies, and then take a moment to prepare the night phase, and then when you're ready, say go to sleep. Do you think the game would be better if more storytellers ran that as written, or do you think it's better without it?
I personally think that I don't, and I don't think people should, for one reason and one reason only, and that's because leaving that window open introduces more faff than it's worth in terms of day abilities. There's no reason, I don't think there's anything you can do before saying go to sleep that you can't do immediately after saying go to sleep instead. I do appreciate and I do heavily advocate for taking the moment at the start of the night to think through the night. And I will emphasize to people, we aren't doing that on stream just to have a chat with you. We're doing that on stream because that is the first step of the night phase. I almost wish it was on the top of the night sheet. Think about the night as the storyteller, then the first reminder of what you're going to do. And I think that's what that phase is useful for, is take a moment, think about how the day's gone, think about broadly what you want to do tonight, what needs to be done tonight, and then go and do it. I just don't think it's worth doing with people's eyes open. Yes, it extends the night by, I don't know, bearing in mind most of the time as a storyteller you're doing it on your own, so you are having that quotes conversation at the speed of thought, so it's never particularly long. It's not like, and as we've mentioned earlier, it's not like it makes a difference to people whether night 2, night 3, night 4, night 5, which by nature are usually a bit quicker because you don't have to do minion and demon info. It doesn't matter if they're 2.5 minutes rather than 2. Just doesn't matter. So I would rather do it with people having their eyes closed, so that there's no doubt that the day is over and there's no day shenanigans left to be done. But I don't think it's the end of the world if people do the opposite. I just think that you're potentially opening yourself to a bit more faff in terms of slayers and artists and savants and bloody cults.
Post-execution cult leader, that's amazing.
I have had someone try to do that during a Butcher nomination before, and I know it's not technically the rule, although I should check that actually, but I'm pretty sure it's not technically the rule that you cannot call for a cult during a nomination, but it's my rule, god damn it, and you're not allowed.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rules on like when daytime abilities can trigger, so I think as a storyteller you are well within your rights to say, no, obviously you can't do that during a nomination. I will resolve the nomination first. I think that is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. But at the same time,
that's absolutely the reasoning that I would use as well, is basically like, you can only resolve one thing at a time, because that's time works linearly, and we're only one person, so you really, and the group is one group, like you can only do one thing at a time, and therefore once you have already started on a specific mechanical aspect of the game, that needs to get resolved before the next thing can start.
Although this does remind me of the last time that Ed got mad at me, which was when I asked what happens if the Boom Dandy is executed during the night.
I didn't get mad at you. It just took me a minute.
You said, "Why are you like this?"
Yeah, that wasn't getting mad at you. That was a genuine question.
I'm assuming that you took that question as a compliment, Alejo.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite fun. Like, the thing is, like, I'm aware that I do give off that vibe of, oh, for fuck's sake, when people ask me questions sometimes. But also, I do also get, I'm a rules nerd as well. I do also get joy in these.
And
the joy of, oh my god, I hate this question. Why would you ask me this?
In that case, I wish that I had made a list of all of the questions that you have stopped responding to me after 2 messages about.
Oh, you should totally do that, because I forget about things all the time. So, yeah, you should do that.
Oh, what was the one that you told me to ask Ed about, Nathan? Oh, yeah, that's right.
You think I remember?
I remember. Philosopher picks Damsel. It's a Vortox game. What do you tell the minions?
Oh my God, yeah, because okay, Philo snitch as the precedent here that when the philosopher gains an outsider ability, it's still coming from a townsfolk ability, and therefore they would learn false information.
Which I hate, by the way, but that's not the point.
Let's be 100% clear here. I also don't like that, but that's the rule I was
Same.
given.
So yeah, so basically the scenario presented is there was not a damsel in play before. There was no damsel ability in play. Therefore, you cannot fall back on if there was a damsel, the minions have already been informed, so they don't need to be reinformed. We're talking about a completely new aspect of a damsel ability coming into play via the philosopher in a Vortox game.
Right. Let me just double check my. So one of the things that it's got to be said, people will often assume that when I'm answering rules questions, especially when I'm doing it on stream, and I seem to just have the answer immediately. I've said this on Cult of the Clock Tower. I've said this on stream when people have asked me. The first thing I always do when someone asks me a rules question is repeat the rules question, so I've got a minute to think about it. And if I'm at my computer, pull both abilities up on the script tool, and if I've got time, at least one almanac.
And if you don't have time,
using that method too.
And if you don't have time, you will describe your process for what you do while you are looking for stalling for time. Is that right?
Oh, hush your face, Alejo. I'm trying to find the almanacs. No. Yeah, it's terrible. It's an interesting question, though. I will need a minute to look at definitions. I'm also concurrently. I will. I have two. I organize everything through Google Keep. My entire life is on Google Keep. No one delete my Google account. And I have two different keep lists, which you would think are very similar. They are, but they also aren't. One of them is Clock Tower queries for Steve, and the other one is stuff to talk to Steve about. Clock Tower queries for Steve is shit that I've not brought up with him before, where I'm like, the fuck is this? What? This is completely undefined. And list 2 is stuff that we know about, but we haven't resolved. You might be able to guess what's on the top of that one. But other things, yeah. Specifically, it's a subset of jinxes that we decided we need to come up with for the Little Monster, but haven't yet been able to. Spoiler alert: Little Monster's going to get a couple more jinxes. I've already written one with Steve that we really like, which is really funky and I think is going to have a really interesting impact. So there's that to look forward to, but there's a few more that we just need to work out. So I was also concurrently trying to check if I've got it on that list, and I have a variant on it. So I'll take that as a win.
So
okay.
the answer to the question, what happens if the philosopher picks damsel, is you email Steve and tell him to more clearly define outsider abilities for the purposes of the Vortox.
Yeah, I mean, what I want is just to. I can't remember if there's actually an original reason why that was deemed to be a thing, but I would much rather just say that the Vortox affects you based on. I want to redefine quotes townsfolk abilities.
Yeah, if you gain an ability, you actually gain that ability.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it's literally in the top of the almanac for S&V for Vortox even. If I remember correctly, let me just find the phrasing on this. Anytime a townsfolk player gets information from their ability. That's what the start of the Vortox Almanac says.
Oh, that changes a lot of things. That changes a lot of things.
It does. And I appreciate that the Almanacs are only supposed to work for the script that they're in. And in S&V, this is not a problem. I don't think there's an interaction in S&V where this becomes an issue. No, because
none of the towns, none of the outsiders generate information.
Exactly. So that's the problem, is that I think the Vortox Almanac was written for S&V, and that's a problem. But I would like, in an ideal world, us to retcon or errata that knowledge, bearing in mind that this is using characters that are in the Kickstarter Almanac and are subject to change anyway. I personally am advocating, and this is when I say I am advocating, on the different but related question I am advocating for much the same thing. So that is something that I would like to change. In the current situation, I'm just trying to look something else up, and I'll be right with you.
I mean, I still prefer like you treat an ability as the ability it is, which has implications on most notably the alchemist. Like I think that an alchemist with the ability of say an evil twin shouldn't be vortoxable. That's just weird.
Ooh, okay. So Fraser has brought up something in Twitch chat that I was actually sort of already thinking about and going into, but he gives a much more salient actually example of it. So something I was going to bring up with this question of like the Philo damsel and what do the minions learn is the fact that we have abilities where players learn something like the king or the night watchman in a Vortox game. You still wake a player up and you say this player is role. So you don't falsify the role, you falsify who they learn, right? And so what comes up with the damsel is how do you falsify something that like is the minions learning that there's a damsel in play, is that actually just considered the mechanical effect, right? The mechanical effect is waking up a player and showing them the token. The information is pointing to a specific player. So another example of this is actually if you have an alchemist fearmonger in a Vortox game, like what happens? Because like does the announcement not go out, or do you announce that there is not a fearmonger target? Like would you say to the minions? Yeah, would you say to the minions there is not a damsel in play? Like, or and this is the way that I've personally looked at it is I think that announcements and waking players to tell them about like an ability being in play is a mechanical aspect, and therefore it doesn't need to be falsified. Only specific information of who is what is the information part, right?
I would observe that if we go back to that same first line of the Vortox Almanac, that would resolve the situation for you that you're talking about, because a townsfolk that learns information due to their ability gets false information. If you're an alchemist fearmonger, you're not learning information due to your own ability. Everyone's learning it, but someone else.
That's the other players are learning information due to your ability.
It's not the ruling though, Ed, is it?
But no, it's not, right, because of how Night Watchman and King works.
No, but I'm just looking at something else. Interesting. So technically the definition of false info includes any false statement. So I think it would be perfectly legitimate to just wake up the minions and tell them there is a philosopher in play, or there is I don't know, artist. And it means the exact same thing. There's a Philo damsel.
But that information is still coming from a townsfolk ability, so would you have to tell them a character that is actually not in play?
No, because false information. So I'm relying on the rulebook here, where the definition of false info is false information, such as a false statement, gesture, or character token. I believe it is a false statement to tell someone X is in play, even if that is in play, because what you should be telling them is that the damsel is in play, etc.
So then would you say that in a Vortox game, it would be a false statement to say that there is there is a Scarlet Woman between the Recluse and the Scarlet Woman because you're registering the Recluse as the Scarlet Woman, which is already false info?
Come again. So this is a savant statement?
No, this is an investigator info.
Okay, so investigator in a Vortox game.
Yeah, sees the Scarlet Woman between the Scarlet Woman and let's say the Recluse, although I don't think it actually has to be. A Scarlet Woman between the Scarlet Woman and the Poisoner, because the Poisoner is actually the Poisoner, and that's the one that they're quote unquote seeing.
Yeah, you put down the scene token on the Poisoner.
But reminder tokens aren't mechanics. they are reminder tokens. So
I agree with that.
in order to falsify, you would have to not show the Scarlet Woman.
But then it's still false info to say that there's a philosopher in play if there's a philosopher in play, regardless of where that info comes from.
I'm not sure what distinction you're drawing. Sorry, come again.
It doesn't matter. The answer is don't put philosopher, damsel, and Vortox on the script right now, I guess.
Yeah, that's that.
Also, philosophers, maybe don't pick the fucking damsel, eh?
There is also that.
Excuse you, I just heard a really fun story where a philosopher chose damsel and there was a damsel in play and they drunked the damsel and it was really fun and funny for them. Don't tell philosophers what to do.
All right. Well, we've taken quite a bit of a side track there. We're already running a little bit late. So,
Yeah,
what character do you particularly enjoy running?
Ooh, running. I mean, the problem is that I want to say most of them. What else is there? So I'm going to possibly give a couple of answers for and why I like them for different reasons. I really like a certain subset of characters that allow me to get into people's heads and see how they think. One of them is In-Person Widow. I really like running In-Person Widow for two reasons. One is that I just love the fact that I get to interact with them more as a storyteller than you ever do otherwise in a game of Clock Tower. Because one of the things that I do with a Widow is I show them the grimoire and I physically give them the poison reminder token that the Widow has.
Ooh, that's
put it
fun.
in their hand. And you never get to do that. There's no situation in Clock Tower where you get to be like, here you go, do a thing, the same way as you do in that situation. And then they get to look in the grimoire, and I really enjoy that. It's just a little thing that's like, hey, that's fun.
What about the patented Amy Lil Monster method?
No? They're not doing anything with it. They're just hiding the fucker and trying not to squeak the sofa they're on while they're doing it. But the other side of the thing I really enjoy with the Widow is that once I've given them that token, I get to watch them think about who they're poisoning, because I give them the token way before they can have had a chance to like absorb the grimoire. And so I get to watch them look around the grimoire and follow where they're looking and try and get into their head and work out what they're thinking, because that tells me a lot about my players. And I find that's one of the things I find most interesting. After making sure that my players are having fun, I think one of the most things about Clock Tower is getting to think like other people. And this is a big divergence from what my favorite characters to run, but it's also a big part of my philosophy of, by definition, our job is to try and build worlds as good players and evil players in Clock Tower. It's to try and build worlds from other people's perspectives that are going to be believable or you think are true, or measuring what other players have done or trying to understand why they've done the things they've done. I think Clock Tower is great for empathy and for understanding people. And so characters which literally give us the means on a platter to go, I want to understand what you're thinking, I think are so much fun. I think they're really interesting. Like the Widow is obviously a real one hit of that, but it's one of the reasons I've really enjoyed the streams is getting to turn around to people during the night and go, you just pick them. Tell me about it. Or,
yeah,
you're the demon. Talk to me about who you're thinking about picking tonight. You know,
yeah, it is very much fun to ask people to take you through their thoughts, which you can't do in person.
I think it's one of the things that I really enjoy about the streaming format. Like there are a lot of pros to online play, like including the fact that both of you live across the fucking world from me, right? I would not otherwise have known you, have become friends with you, have gotten to enjoy the experience of playing and running games with you, were it not for the online format. Like, don't get me wrong, there's also things that work better in person, and I will never say that one is inherently better than the other. They are different. They each have things that are great positives for them. And one of the things that I like about the streaming format is that lets you, as either a storyteller or as an audience member, it lets you get into the minds of the players and it helps you understand them. And one thing that I definitely push back on, and luckily, this is an overall quite positive community, so there's not a lot of it, but occasionally there's people that you might see in Twitch chat who are being kind of like, okay, I'll just put it bluntly, they're being jerks. They are being critical, they're being negative, they're being judgmental about players' plays. And I will always push back on that when I see that. And several other people do too, which I always appreciate seeing. But one thing that I think actually can help with that is the fact that on streams, you can sometimes get players' thoughts on, like, what do you think is going on in the game right now? And it helps reveal sort of like the very human experience of playing a game where the information for most of the players is not perfect. Sure, widows and spies get to see the Grim and they know exactly what every player is, and so they can make their plays around that. But for the vast majority of people, that's not how the game goes. You don't have the Grim, you don't get to see everything. And so getting that insight into what a player is thinking and why they're doing the things that they're doing it's really interesting. And it's also really helpful to give people the perspective of, like, you as a viewer who being able to see the whole Grim and everything that's happening, and being able to listen in to multiple conversations throughout the day and know what a whole bunch of people are thinking at once, is very biasing. And getting to see somebody actually going through the process and explaining it and getting their point of view can give you a lot more empathy towards, the fact that you are biased, and they don't have the information that you do.
Yeah, can I just say that I'm sorry that you had to get to know me because of Online Clocked Out.
Yes, clearly that is the worst thing that has ever happened to me.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I agree with that. I think broadly we've got a pretty awesome community. That yeah, there are a few. Sometimes people can be, if you're not been in that position, like if you don't necessarily always play, it's quite easy to backseat game. But I feel like for the most part, like you say, there are always people who are like, yeah, but like they don't know that, and it's fine that they don't know that, and maybe the play that they made wasn't optimal, and they could have known that it wasn't optimal, but was it fun? But I think for the most part, it's a pretty awesome community. I like to think that I have a pretty good perspective of it overall, because I'm in quite a few different places at this point. But Ed, you probably have an even better bird's eye view of things than either of us. What's your thoughts?
I mean, the overarching community, by nature of the game, is fundamentally bringing together. I think this is kind of where I started from, and I'm going to loop us back to it. The nature of the game is that you have to understand people and think like people and get into people's heads. And so the fundamental nature of the community is that we're people who are interested and willing to do that, and interested in playing a game that facilitates that. And so the vast majority of people in the community are great. Like I will always say that. But that it is also true that there is no such thing as a community without issues. There are frictions, even with a group of people who wholeheartedly believe a lot of the same fundamentals and philosophies of life are going to have differences. The ideal of a community isn't to erase those, it's to promote understanding between those. And I think that's a lot of what Navian's talking about, is the people, there are always going to be people who disagree and who don't express themselves in a way that we agree with, and there's always going to be people who don't want to listen to the response, and we have to deal with that sometimes. That's part of being part of a community. But the fact that there's enough people in the community who push back against that tells you a lot about what the community is, and what it's capable of being.
So in response to that answer about what your favorite character to run is, are there any? There are some characters that a lot of storytellers find tricky to sort of balance on the fly. Are there any that you feel you have difficulty with still?
I think there is no. If anyone ever tells you that they don't struggle ever with the Savant, they're not running the Savant properly.
Fair enough.
I think that on a really fundamental level, because either you're just recycling Savant info, which isn't very fun for the player, and it's not particularly fun for you. It's not fun for the group. You've literally got the most open-ended character in the world. Fucking do something with it. But conversely, it's really easy with. It's also really easy with a Savant to come up with information that you think is great, and then be like, "Oh fuck, never mind." As demonstrated on the stream last week, where Ben gave me information that he and Aggie thought was great, and that I listened to, and I was like, "That's really cool, like it." And then
you thought about it, and you're like, "Oh, it just
later,
tells me a demon is in play."
Yeah, correct. And I was like, "Oh, never mind." And that happens as well. Like the trial and tribulation, and the corresponding joy of the Savant is that you're completely open-ended. You can give anything, and you can fuck it up. That's the difficulty. But it's completely open-ended, and you can give anything. And if you fuck it up, you can try again tomorrow most of the time. That's the joy.
I think too, like if you're just recycling Savant info, what that also means is that you as a storyteller are not responding to the game that you currently have on hand. And I think that really sad for the character and the potential of the character, right? I think a really great storytelling quality, and to be fair, it's a skill that you build up over time. So I'm not criticizing people for not necessarily having like, you know, this as their best skill yet. Like you do get there over time, but adaptability as a storyteller really helps elevate you as a storyteller. I think when you approach the game with a rigidity, whether that is from the, you know, from the start of like, I'm putting these characters in so that I can get this specific interaction out of the players, and I will do whatever I can to try to force that interaction to happen if it doesn't happen naturally. Like, that's not fun as a player to be in that game. Whereas if you put something in and you're like, okay, I see the potential for this to happen. And if it happens, I would like to kind of see if I can do this with it. But being open and adaptable to the changing nature of the game and the fact that the game isn't going to necessarily always go the way that you expect it to, and players will do things that are, you know, not in what you're thinking about, not in your repertoire or whatever. And I think like that's really important with Savant. You should be looking to give Savant information. It is more difficult to do, but look to give Savant information that reacts and responds to the actual game that is being played, and not just like fall back on a tried, like, you know, overused list of
the number of outsiders has been modified, or there is exactly one pair of evil players.
Right. Which, you know, to be fair, sometimes that information is useful and helpful for the specific game that you're in. But don't just like have a list of Savant information and fall back on it without thinking about like what else is going on in the game. Is there something else that I can give that would actually be significantly more interesting or fun or thought provoking?
Also, here's a fun pro tip for prospective storytellers running S&V. The outside account has not been modified is a lot stronger information to get than it looks like, because regardless of whether it's true or false, it means there's not a Vortox in the game.
Yeah.
Okay, one character that a lot of people do have some tricky making work in a balanced but also fun way is the Pacifist. So a question from Flying Ludicolo. How do you run the Pacifist?
It varies wildly. I will always try and make a save if I think that I can. I regard it much like the way I look at it is that you need to balance it in as a townsfolk ability. but not all townsfolk abilities work flawlessly. Not all townsfolk abilities are perfect. You know, fools and sailors, for example, can just die to a pucker without ever getting to use their ability. Their ability can do absolutely nothing because they got puckered. You know, same with sages, raven keepers, whatever. If they're poisoned, sat next to Nodashi, whatever. So it's not the end of the world if you don't get to save anyone. Like, that's a thing that happens to townsfolk sometimes, but it shouldn't be the expected result. And when I say expected, in the sense that the EV of a die roll is halfway. A fair die is halfway through. The expected value of a pacifist being in game shouldn't be 0 saves. It should be somewhere around 0.7, 0.8 saves.
I remember a game. It was really unfortunate. I put the pacifist in, and I was like, I'm going to use this pacifist early. This will be great. And then Town proceeded to execute the goon, a minion, and then the pacifist was puka poisoned.
Isn't it always the way?
And that'll happen.
Yeah.
That'll happen, and that's fine.
Town,
and it's go on. Sorry, later.
Town have the absolute instinct, the knack of fucking with whatever plans you have as a storyteller.
100%. And yeah, I mean, I would compare that, to be honest, to, I don't know, the Undertaker in that scenario. You know, you've executed a goon. The Undertaker has learned goon and gone, well, that doesn't actually help my team apart from confirming an outsider, because I don't know whether they were good or evil. I can't remember who you said they executed second, a minion. It's like, well, okay, was I poisoned or drunk? And then I died or I got bad information and then I died as the Undertaker. Like, that's very, that's a thing that's perfectly feasible. And I don't want to like massively stigmatize trying too hard to save, but I also don't want to stigmatize not saving at all, because that is a thing that happens. A townsfolk ability should be useful somewhere between 70 and 80% of the time if used well. And it's worth remembering that as a pacifist, it's kind of in your interest to execute kind of whoever.
Which is
because
a little bit ironic.
Yeah, ironically, yeah, that's true. Because the best use of your ability is for people to not die, and the best way for you to not die is someone to get executed. Worst case scenario for a pacifist is you don't execute anyone, because that gives you absolutely nothing. I think people should regard it much more similarly to how they do a tea lady, or how you do the bishop, in that you're getting information out of that.
Pacifist
play into your ability.
Pacifist then plays as an interesting counter to Mastermind Paranoia, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of that, certainly.
One thing that I like to do, and have done a number of times, is the 3-character combination of grandmother, professor, and pacifist. Because no, Town, you are not just executing the grandmother and getting 2 grandchildren out of it. But also, what you are getting instead is a player who you're almost certainly going to trust by the end of the game, who, if they're good, now knows that this other player is good.
Yeah.
Which I think is I think that's a really fun 3-character combination.
Yeah, that's nice. I think that's one of the sad shames about the pacifist, is that actually if we go back to that, every character should interact with 7 odd characters on their same edition. The pacifist actually works really well with quite a few characters on BMR. It's just because it's very hard to come out of a game where the pacifist is an outlier, where it's got a 0 saves or a 2 saves, and for people to not have an opinion about that.
Yeah. Okay, well, I hope that answers your question, Flying Ludicolo. The final section of just a few questions that I've got, and then we'll wrap it up, is the bit that you suggested to me about a week ago. So let's talk about some things that we have already talked about a bit, so hopefully it'll go a little bit quicker. But talk to us about how you feel about Clock Tower philosophy. And the things that I've got noted down are some of your favorite interactions, some of the things that you don't like, and plain English against clock tower jargon. Because you've said to me a few times that sometimes you think that something should be read in plain English, whereas sometimes, obviously, things need to be read in the literal, this is what the phrase you think means. And also, clock tower principles, and the example that I've got is know versus start knowing. So just take 5 minutes just to spiel about all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. For everyone else's context, someone pinged me on the unofficial a while ago. I'm trying to remember what the context was. Jay didn't ping me. Just referred to me doing it, which made it almost more like, damn it, now I want to do it, because they didn't even ask for me to do it. They just said, I'm wishing for a consolidated principles of interpreting clock tower abilities whenever Ed's done with the little monster write-up. Didn't even ask me for it, and I saw it and was like, that's a good idea. I quite like that. And
Ed
now
sees
I
all.
want to do it. I am always watching.
For anyone who wonders about that, by the way, I have recently taken to posting Ed sees all whenever Ed gets mentioned, because Ed does see all, and Ed has asked me to post that. Well, kind of supported me posting that is probably a better way to phrase it.
That's fairer. It's I will read, like, there's a reason I work in community stuff for TPI. I read a huge number of servers every day, certainly in all the clock tower areas. I'll be honest, I don't read a lot of the off-topic sports and rubbish that aren't clock tower related, but I keep up with a lot of other servers.
The most important question, is it coming home?
Sorry?
Is it coming home?
I have a vested interest in it coming home, because in my work sweepstake, I have drawn England.
Oh, nice. Good luck. Anyway.
Also, to put I have to do one more thing on the World Cup. To put this in perspective, the finance director, CFO for the company I work for, has put the draw, like a printout of the draw, up on no less than 4 walls in our office. There are only 32 of us participating in this thing. We all sit in I'm going to say 6 meter square space in one side of the office, and there are 4 posters up with the World Cup draw. Yeah.
Talk to us about Clock Tower.
Yes. So I saw this comment about, like, an updated sort of a how to interpret clock tower abilities, and I went, that sounds like the sort of thing I should talk to Alejo and Navian about in that stream that I just agreed to do. And then I pinged it to Alejo, and then I realized, about 3 minutes ago, that I should probably have done some prep for this. So this is what we're getting. All 3 of us, I think, are rules people. We are interpreters. We are analysts. We think about how the rules work and how things should interact. I get asked a lot about interactions, and no one tends to ask me why, apart from to query the interaction. They don't ask me how did I come to that conclusion, or what information am I working from. Partially because they tend to assume that I'm right, and that's a problem, because I'm not always. I'm often right. Yay. I feel I should observe I am often right. Yay. I'm not exclusively right.
When I disagree with you, it's fine. Yay.
Yeah, I should really emphasize that. I change rulings not infrequently, by and large, because if it's at the point where someone has asked me for a ruling, it's because there isn't a rule, and they just want an answer that they think is reliable. And I think enough people trust my reading of the rules to go, that makes sense. I'll go with that as being the rule until something contradicts it. So that is a lot of where sort of both John's and my positions came from, as the rules guy, as it were, is interpreting and understanding, how do we think that this should go? Conversely, it's not infrequent that I then have more time to think about something and go, actually, it's more interesting if this happens. This also doesn't cause issues or break sort of the both rules as written and rules as intended, and so I think it should be X instead, and I will change those. And sometimes also I refer things to Steve, and he goes, "Oh, what? No, I didn't mean that. I meant this." And then I go, "Right, I'll go tell people."
I think that something I was talking about earlier about, like, a mark of a great storyteller is adaptability. I think that's actually true, not just in how you storytell the game, but also in your interpretations of rules. Like having that adaptability, being able to look at something and go, actually, I think, I thought this before, but now I've been presented with this other evidence, or somebody has given me a different perspective on it, or, another ability has now been introduced into the game that sort of changes how I look at things. I think that that's important too. Like, not just admitting necessarily that you're wrong, which can sometimes happen. Sometimes people can just be flat out wrong, but being open to reinterpreting things when you have gained new information, regardless of where that information is coming from. I think that's quite important, and it sets aside the people who are obnoxious rules lawyery and you don't really want to talk to them about the rules and interactions, versus the people that you're like, I have had a joy of a time debating this with you, even if we still come away not necessarily agreeing about an interpretation. We at least like had an interesting and productive conversation.
Yeah, totally. And I think this is again playing into my whole clock tower generates and encourages empathy, is the fact that I have had to, like I said, I've had to correct my own previous rulings, which some people take as gospel, which, fair enough. I've had to go back and correct them plenty of times at this point, and almost without exception, people have just gone, okay, that makes sense. I see where you're coming from. And no one's given me shit. No one's called me a hypocrite. No one's been difficult. No one's caused issues about that. It's like everyone who's involved enough in Clock Tower to be asking the question is deep enough in the rules to understand that sometimes the answer is, this is what I would do, and sometimes this is what I would do changes after you've had more chances to experience that and see how you actually feel about it. So I really appreciate the community in general for that. There are lots of times where I've had to correct, and everyone's just gone, okay, let's have a conversation about why this has changed, and I've been able to have that conversation and not had people be, complaining about moving the goalposts, or complaining about it being inconsistent, or whinging that I'm causing problems for any other way.
Note to self, next time Ed changes his thoughts on a ruling, I'm gonna look up the Wikipedia article for hypocrite and send it to him.
Also, which cat is that?
That was Eggs in a Basket.
Hey, Eggs. First time I've heard you.
She sounds like a trumpet. If you turned a trumpet into a cat, that's Eggs.
Oh, I love it.
Ed, before you go on, how do you feel about the nickname of Blood on the Clock Tower's Jeremy Crawford?
Did you say Blood on the Clock Tower's Jeremy Crawford?
Yes.
I hadn't heard that one. Is this because you're proposing it right now, or because people have actually used it?
No.
Okay. I doubt it's going to catch on. And actually, I do have. I think I'm more consistent than Crawford and make more sense. That feels controversial. I think Crawford is very prone to saying, "Oh, we meant for this to happen," and giving rulings that you look at and go, "Fucking really?"
Who's everyone else then? Steve is Gary Gygax.
Yeah.
Ben is
slightly
Matt Mercer?
Crazy. No, I think I'm just winding back one. Steve is Gygax, a bit crazy, came up with a really cool thing, keeps driving it to be even cooler, but still mental enough that you do take a moment every time you're talking to him of, oh no, he did, that is what he meant.
Ben is Matt Mercer? Does that work?
Yeah. Overwhelming influence on how a lot of people play the game, despite the fact that even he acknowledges that he's not the be-all end-all and that shouldn't be just so. I think that works.
Anyone else work for this metaphor? No.
I'm enjoying the metaphor.
Yeah, so anything else that you want to talk about like rules philosophy?
I think just a general note on how I do think, because I want to emphasize, just because I make rulings on things doesn't mean that they are the correct answers. Also, just because I make rulings on things doesn't mean you have to memorize them as a storyteller. Like, it's one of the things that's been debated back and forth quite a lot between me and Steve about various things. And one of them is we're really wary of getting the game to a point where, in order to storytell, new storytellers have to go through and memorize a load of errata. We don't want to turn storytellers into Magic the Gathering judges. That's really important to both me and Steve because we don't think that's fun. Like in Magic the Gathering, where you play in competitive tournament play and there are that's a whole thing, then sure, having experts on the rules is a thing. But even then, in an ideal world, you wouldn't need them. You'd have rules that everyone knows and understands, and you'd only need an adjudicator very rarely. The fact that Magic has got so complex that there are people who have had to memorize infinite numbers of interactions in order for competitions to work. I desperately don't want Clocktower to come to that point. So what I really would love is for us to be able to nail, obviously this is a pipe dream before I go too much further, us to be able to nail the character abilities enough that every interaction is comprehensible and understandable. And I've just seen the comment, congrats to Brain for being all of D&D Beyond.
I was going to flag that.
Nice, good reference, Ludicolo. I love it. Yeah, so I really don't want Clocktower to become something where a storyteller, in order to storytell certainly any custom script, but by God, not even the base 3, has to go through and memorize a load of interactions, like specific interactions, based on what Ed said or Steve said or John said or whatever else. I really want storytellers to be completely empowered to go, oh, I don't know the answer to this, so I'm going to rule this. And I basically have a very short process that I go through for every character, every interaction even, whenever there's a question. And it's basically as follows. Look at the characters concerned. What are they supposed to do? What's the intent of that character? What is it trying to make happen? Can you satisfy both of those trying to make happens at the same time? If the answer is yes, and it doesn't break either of the texts of the abilities, do that thing. That's number one. If it does defy any of those things, either the intent can't both be met, or meeting the intent of both breaks an ability text. Well, what's the next step? Can you meet one intent and come up with a good reason why the other character text prevents the first intent from taking place? If neither intent can be met and neither character text can be exclusively met, I hope we've already jinxed that. But if we haven't, you should make a ruling in the moment that you think is most fun, and then come and at me on pretty much any server I'm on, and I will come and look at it.
I think something I want to add to these thoughts too is, when you said something earlier about being like, you don't want people to just always be doing exactly what you say just because you said it. I think it's important for storytellers to keep in mind that, like, if you don't like a particular ruling or an interaction, or you think that it is unfun, or it might be unfun for your specific group or whatever, and I think that Stephen would agree with this, feel free to just house rule around it. Just make sure that your players are knowing that you are going to be ruling a certain thing, maybe differently than the community at large has a general understanding of, right? An example of it is, I notoriously hate the Poppy Grower Vortox interaction, so much so that I literally just house rule around it. And I will tell my players, this is the mechanical ruling of it, but I don't run it that way. When the Poppy Grower dies in a Vortox game, the evil team will simply learn their own evil team. If you read a rule and you have a sound different, like a different interpretation, but your logic for it is sound and there is a basis for it, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just simply ruling it differently. There are definitely some things that I occasionally disagree with, both of you about sometimes. Not always the same things. Sometimes Ed and I agree and Alejo disagrees, or Alejo and I agree and Ed disagrees, or whatever, right? But we, even just the three of us, we're all massive nerd rules, and we still have things that we occasionally respectfully disagree about, and we'll simply run differently in our games, and that's like, it's totally fine. Again, if you're running something vastly different than the community at large might understand the interaction to be, announce your house rules, but like, don't be afraid to play around with some of the rules at hand, because you might think that they're not really all that fun or interesting.
I think that to continue the D&D metaphor, more to what Ed was saying than the house rules necessarily, although Jackie and Skills are both calling out your Philo Bounty Hunter rule, that a Philo Bounty Hunter still creates an evil player if there isn't one already. But the sort of the D&D guideline of, it's more fun to just have a ruling. So, like, even if you want to go strictly rules as written and you don't know how a particular interaction works, it's more fun for everybody for you to just make a decision, run it that way, and then if you like, after the game, you can go, okay, let's have a quick look in rules discussion and see if anybody's brought this up. Someone has, and I got it wrong. That's fine. I'll tell my players I got that wrong. We'll run it right next time. Like, that's far more. That's better for everyone than you needing to have read a 200-page doctorate in how to
Absolutely
storytell a
agree.
game.
And I might be mistaken, but I think that's actually something that gets brought up in the rule book, if I'm not mistaken,
Wouldn't be
where it
surprised.
actually encourages storytellers. Like, if you're not sure on a ruling, you can just make your decision during the game and worry about it after.
I would not be surprised.
I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to go find it just to be sure.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, so is there anything else that you wanted to add to that one, Ed?
No, I think that's the bulk of it.
Sure.
Yeah, it's all about just giving your players opportunities to have fun.
Yeah, fair enough. In which case, I think we'll wrap up with a couple of questions that we got both before and after that I wasn't able to fit in anywhere.
Okay, but real quick, I posted a picture of eggs in a basket, and I would like this to be put up on stream for Skills' sake.
Absolutely, I'm on it.
And all the rest of ours.
That is a very good cat. It's a beautiful little cat. But yes, the first question is actually one from Skills.
Okay.
Which is the lycanthrope too strong? Should it only affect townsfolk?
I'm not sure I agree that it should only affect townsfolk, but it certainly has balance issues in a lot of scripts.
I can't shrink it. What the hell? Okay, you're gonna have to deal with a massive picture of eggs in a basket. In a basket.
Oh no, you can only see her eyes. Oh, okay, there we go. You've at least centered her.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I mean, I think that's the crux of my opinions generally about lycanthrope. It is very strong. It's very hard to balance. It's very hard to write in a script. It's definitely a swingy one. It can result in unfun games. Do I think that it only being able to affect townsfolk is right? I'm not sure. I would need to playtest it on a concept review, and this is one that has been suggested a few times. On a concept review, I'm not convinced that that's the right fix for the Lycan. What do you two have any thoughts?
It's a tricky one to balance around, but I think at the moment at least, it's ultimately a question of script balancing, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree, but I would certainly be interested in seeing like what happens if you were to run games with lycanthrope modified to only kill townsfolk and not outsiders.
Yeah. Our next question is one from Piranha, which is another game philosophy question, so I probably could have asked that one earlier, but it's fine. Do jinxes take exclusivity over wording in characters' abilities? For example, the little monster Poppy Grower jinx says if the Poppy Grower is in play, minions don't work together. They are woken one by one until one of them chooses to take the little monster token. However, the ability text of Little Monster says each night minions choose who babysits Little Monster and is the demon. In this scenario, the jinx text implies that only evil players can hold the token, but the ability text allows good players to be given the token. Given the logistics of setup and evil's inability to coordinate to put it on a good player, it is understandable, but I'm confused by text clash between jinxes and some abilities. So I guess this is just an opportunity to talk about the idea of jinxes in general a little bit.
I also have a follow-up question once we address this specifically.
I need to find something in my notes about jinxes because Steve told me something the other day that really surprised me about jinxes, and I want to make sure that I get it right. So I need to just very quickly look that up.
Do you want to add to the question then, Nadine? Or if you've got something else?
I mean, the specific thing on this one is jinxes are generally designed to fix problems. And so a jinx, by its very nature, is functionally just a house rule that we've said is official. So interpret it the way that it makes sense. Like in this situation,
there we go. I made it smaller. Sorry.
No, nice. In this situation, you know, the intent of the jinx is that you're giving the minions only the ability to choose themselves because you can't coordinate them to choose anything else, and it would be unfair to the evil team and probably quite a short game if you didn't. If you come up with a way within the terminology of that or your own adjustment to that jinx that's going to get you the game that you want to do, feel free. You will discover over time, especially, and as more jinxes come out on certain characters, and maybe we adjust some jinxes for certain characters, Little Monster, you will find that some of the jinxes that are being written, because to be honest, Steve and I would both love it if there's no longer any jinxes that say only one jinx character can be in play. So we do want to replace all of those slowly, but they're really difficult to do because you have to make it fun for both ends of that interaction. But as these jinxes come out, they're basically us coming up with ways to make the game fun for both of those characters to both be in the game at the same time. If you are looking at a jinx and going, I don't think this is fun, you're the storyteller. Do what you like. As long as you tell people that actually I'm running X house rule rather than jinx, feel free. If you think that the jinx doesn't necessarily make sense in the way that you want things to run, then say so before the game. Say to people, you know, I think this Poppygram Little Monster jinx should allow for alternative Little Monster placement. Then go for it. Run it how you like. Navian, do you want to ask your other extension question?
Yeah, so I'm looking through the jinx list right now to see if I can find an example because I know that this question has actually come up like in relation to specific jinxes, but I just can't remember right now what jinx it would apply to. But it has come up before. Basically, a question of like, does a jinx's wording? It might be a Leviathan jinx. Actually, let me check those out. By the way,
no.
I've not made it a secret that some of my least favorite or like my most hated. There we go. That's actually the better wording. Some of my most hated jinxes are Leviathan jinxes in the game.
Word.
So basically, my question is. When there is a jinx between two characters, and the jinx might have wording that kind of affects the larger, potentially can affect the larger gameplay at hand in some fashion. Do both of those characters need to be in play in order for the jinx to actually be in effect? So basically, can you have a jinx that even if both of the jinxed characters aren't in play, still has an impact on the game, or does it require both of the roles to actively be in play for the jinx to basically like be a thing?
So one of the things that I found out from Steve relatively early on when I was working with him on jinxes is the jinxes are all specifically written to counter this question. The phrasing, if you have got a specific example of where the phrasing doesn't indicate this, then great. But all of them are, I hope, phrased such that if they require a character to be in play, they say if X is in play. If not, they're just an overarching rule of the script.
Oh wait, I found it. What it was. I think I found what it was. Hang on, sorry. Keep answering and let me think about whether this is the right one or not.
Okay. So yeah, in theory, as far as I'm aware, every jinx should either say if X is in play or if character X does thing, and therefore is by definition required to be in play. In which case, obviously, it requires them to be in play to have an effect. Or it's an overarching game rule, and those examples being things like Pit Hag cannot create a heretic. Well, by definition, the heretic isn't in play, but the jinx still affects the Pit Hag.
Baron Heretic is another one.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that does help sort out some potential questions there. I seem to remember there being questions about the lycanthrope gambler jinx because it says if the lycanthrope is alive. And I can't remember. Oh man, chat. If anybody in chat remembers somewhat not that long ago, this being a
don't ask me questions about that jinx. I want to change it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I'll be honest. That jinx was we brought up an issue. I say we. I think it was me and Capelli. Brought up the issue of Lycan Gambler based on Night Order to Steve, and we proposed a solution. And Steve was like, "I don't really like your solution," and jammed in that jinx because that's what he had in his mind at the time, but he didn't necessarily think it all the way through. And so, yeah, I want to change it.
Yeah. So, okay, I remember what this specific issue was that has been brought up. So, nothing in the jinx actually implies that that the lycanthrope has to actually like hit a good player, right? So you because it just states if the lycanthrope is alive, it doesn't say if the lycanthrope is alive and later that night chooses a good player, the gambler is the only player who can die. So what you can effectively have happen is a gambler who gambles wrong kills themselves, the lycanthrope who chooses an evil player, and then nobody else dies. And I think that feels wrong. Like, I think it needs to actually, like, if it were to keep this iteration of it, basically, I think it would need to specify that if the lycanthrope hits a good player with their ability, because otherwise, I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me.
Yep, I want to change this jinx. I've wanted to change this jinx for a while. If I could get more of Steve's time in order to change this jinx, I'd have got rid of it already.
I'm happy with that answer, to be clear.
Yeah, for context for people that don't know, the problem that was trying to be solved was that if you put the gambler before the lycanthrope, and the gambler gambles wrong, the lycanthrope can pick the gambler. They're not a valid choice because they're already dead. Lycanthrope soft confirms the gambler. Conversely, if you let the lycanthrope go first and they kill the gambler doesn't wake up, confirms lycanthrope. Neither of these are fun. Sorry,
can we jinx Snake Charmer and Gambler, please?
I can't remember what order they're
in. It's Gambler, then Snake Charmer.
I think it would be fine if you just flip their order.
Yeah, that would also work.
Yeah, Snake Charmer, Gambler being the other way around would probably work. I'd have to look at the night sheet.
In the realm of specific jinxes, though, we have a question from Moabach. Can we get the Pit Hag politician jinx extended to cult leaders of the world too? And in general, I would say like alignment changing characters.
I pushed for this quite recently.
I want to mess with some of those alignment changer jinxes as well. I think was it Goon, politician, cult leader are the major ones.
Yeah, like Goon to some degree is technically out of that player's hands a little bit, but it still feels bad.
It's still something you can plan, though. You can turn around.
Yeah.
Like that's the problem. Is
Hey,
that
everyone.
You turn around
Exactly.
almost any townsfolk.
Hey everyone, I'm
Yep.
the evil goon. I used to be the pit hag. Does anybody feel like picking me? We'll win the game if you do.
Right. And it just feels bad. And like, to be fair, so this is one that I do house rule. I house rule that pit hags can't just like turn themselves
Yeah,
into
me
cult
too.
leaders because it feels bad. But the thing is that I've also run scripts where that's an option and have forgotten to mention the house rule because, you know, again, I have some memory issues and remembering to tell players house rules is actually a really big and frequent recurring issue for me. But what I have found is even when I forget to mention that issue, that house rule, most players don't do it anyway because they recognize, you know, again, this falls back to the empathy in the game. They recognize that it feels really fucking bad and maybe you shouldn't do it. Like, you know, yeah, okay, it's an objectively optimal play if all you want to do is win the game. But I think people are more than that. They're motivated by wanting to have a good time in the game and wanting the players that they are playing with to also have a good time in the game. And purposefully going out of your way to pull like absolutely massive dick moves is a great way to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, the closest thing to that I've seen is a Fangu who, right after the barber was killed, because I ran that as in barber axe immediately, they swapped themselves with the snake charmer and then snake charmed the new good Fangu.
Yeah, and then you become a good demon, and then you can just like kill yourself and win.
It was fine on this occasion though, because there was a Philo snake charmer, but we don't worry about that.
I've actually, I think I must have been storytelling because I remember this player like realizing that he could actually do that in a game, and he fully recognized like, oh, I have this play available to me with this barber swap. And then he goes, but I'm not going to do that because I don't think anybody would like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There it is.
It's kind of a self-solving problem in a lot of ways. Like, you can also just not play with those players.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah. It would still be nice that it feels like if it's there for the politician, why is it not there for the others, right?
Yeah, it kind of almost feels like a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah. Did you have anything else that you were looking at, Ed? You were talking about something that Steve said that surprised you.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. It pointed out something in the rulebook which seems like such an incidental thing, but actually answered one of my questions about jinxes, and I can't. It was clearly such an incidental thing that I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I think I've absorbed the overarching like result of it, but not not what the actual thing was. But also the I have managed to find the your word is law. If in doubt, make a guess and run with it thing.
Sure.
It's literally on the
I was
cover
pretty sure
of
that
Welcome
was
to
on
the
there.
Nitty Gritty.
Sure.
Yeah, if you're unsure, you're the final judge. Listen to them. Listen to players by all means. But when you're unsure of what the gods of Clock Tower really meant by that strange wording or character combination, make a call and stick by it. Tell your players what your judgment is and play on.
Yeah, that's just a TTRPG clause. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you do remember what that is, then let me know, and I will post a pinned comment when this goes up on YouTube. Yeah, question from Willow X. There are a lot of workarounds with the Mazephyles, Spirit of Ivory for one. Is there any reason why the Mazephyles doesn't have a blanket once per game in the same way that the Fangu does?
Yeah, because the Fangu once per game is such a crowbarred, shoehorned fix that we'd prefer to avoid it. I shouldn't say that because I'm speaking a little bit too much on Steve's behalf there. But as I understood it from John closer to the time, no one was happy with having to put this ghost rider on the Fangu that says once per game, no matter what. But that was the thing they could come up with, right?
I think that's interesting that nobody is like a fan of that, because I'm not sure that the community at large has any problem with it. Like occasionally there's questions, right? Of course, from newer storytellers who maybe haven't yet read the Almanac entry and haven't yet gotten the grasp that this is a global token and is different from other like once per game, so it doesn't reset, because the Almanac does clear that up. But like why was everybody so unhappy with that as a fix?
I think fundamentally it's deeply inelegant. Like as from a game design perspective, anytime you have to introduce a single rule or a single exception for one thing, it feels like you've done your job badly.
Well, you know what the fix for that is?
Make it an exception in more than one thing.
Add it
like
to the
Mezephiles.
Helping. Yeah, I mean, but then it becomes a thing of like, well, we probably should have gone in the main rulebook and various other things. But yeah, it's one of those. There's a few places you will discover where, or certainly I've seen places in the rules where John and Steve and the other people who worked on the rules went to pretty great lengths to try and standardize things, because Clock Tower can be a high barrier to entry game. There is a lot of learning for a storyteller to do, and they were very, very aware that they were sending several thousand copies of this box out into the wild, and certainly earlier on in the process, before streams and everything else managed to spread the popularity so much, they were fully expecting that a minimum of 50% of those were going to land in the hands of people who backed that Kickstarter and didn't do anything else. Never looked at it again, didn't read the rulebooks or almanac, didn't look at anything else, didn't watch a video, didn't watch a stream, had no context, no knowledge. And so you had to be able to read the rulebook, the almanac for TB, and go. You then had to be able to play some games of TB, read the almanac for whatever script you wanted to do next, and go. And for that to be fine, and for you not to have a problematic game experience. Rules like the Fangu, where the answer is, or if you read the almanac, there is a specific reference to that, isn't great. Like the vast majority of the almanacs, the intent that what is trying to happen is that it's just clarifying, not ruling.
Yeah, so I like the almanac is maybe more a sort of like, if you find you have a question, maybe come and reference here, but not necessarily meant to be required reading beforehand.
Pretty much, yeah. And so this is where a lot of the philosophy came in for some of the things like this is if you put things in the almanac, yes, the people who are nerds like us are absolutely going to read it, and a lot of other people will, but is it okay that something that could result in a really shitty experience for some games is functionally hidden in that almanac because it's a completely unique rule to just this one character? It's not great. So the ideal world would really have been to come up with some way where the character ability text in and of itself indicates exactly what the understanding of the Fangu is, so that everyone could know that just by reading the character text and not have
that was actually the question I was about to ask. I was about to say, do you think there's a way to actually rewrite the ability that would maybe be able to be applied to the Mezephiles, where you can get the understanding that it is a global once per game and not like other once per games? But I guess the answer so far, at least, has been no. Otherwise, they would have done that and not had in the exception that is pointed out in the almanac.
Yeah,
not with the other constraints.
It'd take something like even if you are dead or removed from the game.
Yeah, which is so many characters.
Yeah.
No, a long time ago, like possibly 2020, John posted in the unofficial at the time, which was probably around 1,000 people at the time, if not less, and basically went, here's the current Fangu text, let's have a chat and people can suggest other ideas. Here are your limitations. And here's what you need to be fewer than this many characters.
Oh, I remember
this
seeing
is what
that.
you're trying to convey. And the net result of it was, no, there's no good way of doing that. Like, there was various of us who worked really, really hard on doing it, but without introducing a new keyword to go in the glossary, which no one wants to do, or new terminology or abbreviations, which also you don't want to do for, again, the same reason you don't want people to have to memorize a load of stuff in order to be able to run the game. If you can avoid it, the answer was no, we couldn't. So, and at this point, probably not going to happen, unfortunately.
Not until Blood on the Clock Tower 2nd edition. Okay. Before I go to the final two questions that I've got, let's just rapid fire some questions that people can clip and post in the unofficial whenever it comes up. Should you wake up the Recluse and tell them who the minions are and 3 not in play characters on the first night?
No.
What happens if a drunk player picks the goon?
The goon game turns to the alignment of the drunk player. They're still choosing them with an ability they think they have. I know it sounds a bit weird because they don't have an ability, but they do have an ability. They're waking up and choosing with it. If you treat the goon as, did someone try to pick you with their ability, then that's the badger.
What are the other questions we always get? There's like 5 questions that we get like once a month on the unofficial. Those are the only 2 I can remember off the top of my head.
I think most of them can be answered with the yes but don't sticker, so we can roll with it. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. In which case, we'll move on to the final 2 questions.
Okay.
The one that you've been waiting for the last 5 hours of your life. Generally, how does Lil Monster work? How is it being changed? If a fortune teller is holding Lil Monster, can the monk protect the red herring from registering as the demon to them? And also, you cannot reply to this with a Spider-Man pointing image.
I think I mentioned earlier that Little Monsters in Progress. It's slow, it's difficult. As I mentioned, we've got some jinxes that we need to write, and as I've also mentioned, jinxes are tricky because you want them to cover broader situations. You also don't want to use them if you can possibly avoid it, for the same reason about you don't want people to have to memorize things. But that's basically where we're at, is that I've nailed down the vast bulk of Little Monster, and I just need to jinx, I think, one subset of characters. That remaining bit is actually, unfortunately, that sounds like we're really close, but those jinxes are creative, not prescriptive, and therefore creativity is not a timeable resource, as many companies will tell you. And so I can't guarantee when that's going to be, but we're working on it.
Yeah.
What was the specific question about the fortune teller? I got slightly lost in the depths of the interaction.
If a fortune teller is holding Lil Monster, can a monk protect the red herring from registering as the demon to them?
Oh, that was niche. Okay, so fortune teller holding Little Monster.
Yeah.
Monk protects the red herring. Is this the right way around?
Is a red herring a harmful effect? A harmful effect.
Oh no, that is fine then. Okay, I acknowledge the underlying issue of this question is harmful or safe, to be more precise, needs a little bit more definition. I'm aware of that. It's going to become more relevant with some other characters. I have some proposals, but specifically, harmful effects have a direct and immediate impact on the player. So just because it's going to harm you in the social meta by being pinged as a yes it's not directly harmful.
Okay. Navin, do you have any, or chat, do you have, either of you have any final questions before we move on to the last question, which is one that I would really quite like to end on. So if there is anything else, I'll give you about 30 seconds to think of it, while I just answer B. Messi's question real quick, which is, how long will this VOD be up? It will be up for 2 weeks then, and you might be watching this here now if you're listening to this. This will be uploaded to YouTube, where it will be up until YouTube servers go down or my account gets taken down, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Here come the
little monster flood. Can a little monster holding pit hag themselves if they're monked? Can they pit hag a good monk protected player? So basically, is changing characters considered a harmful effect?
No.
Oh, it's not. I'm surprised by that.
I'm mainly saying it isn't because otherwise it breaks too many things. I think off the top of my head, and I'm now just going to have a quick skim. Like things that currently change character, we're talking Barber, Pit Hag, Snake Charmer. I think. Sudden doubt as to whether I'm missing one there. I don't think I'm missing any there, am I?
Huntsman.
Huntsman. Okay.
Farmer.
I'm not so worried about townsfolk because obviously, well, not obviously, but the point of townsfolk that change characters is
Imp. Yeah, Imp. Oh, Imp proves it's not. Imp proves it's not.
Yeah, Imp proves it's not harmful.
Yeah.
Because,
With this, so Poisoner is nerfed by the monk, but not the Pit Hag.
So a poisoner holding the little monster token.
Oh yeah, sorry,
yeah.
I forgot the little monster.
A poisoner
context.
that is
yes,
the demon.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Fraser's question: Ed, which characters do you secretly dislike, and which do you think are underrated?
I am on Adam's train of thinking that people have an irrational hatred of the Vigor Mortis and they're wrong. And
yeah.
The Vigor Mortis is great. I don't think I have any.
High-fiving you from across the ocean.
Yes, 2 in 1 stream. I don't think I have any I secretly hate. I don't think there's anything which I pull it out of the bag and I'm like, ugh. I think there's some that I'm less keen on. I think I don't. I'm going to stick to. I don't secretly hate any of them. What I have is different reactions depending on what energy level and brain I have. One of the worst things for me personally is pulling. To be honest, is pulling the demon when I'm relatively low energy already. Or actually, more specifically, pulling the not the atheist, the heretic when I'm knackered. Because the heretic for me is such a social character, and you've got to get so much right, and a lot hinges on it. So if I get it when I'm already wiped out, I'm like, oh no, I'm going to let people down.
Do you openly hate any characters?
No.
Okay, Fraser's question. That was Willow X's question. Fraser's question: what happens when the courtier chooses Little Monster? I can take this one. The storyteller pings Ed to ask what happens when the courtier chooses Little Monster.
I'm just picking up my write-up to make sure that I didn't change this. Because I have got most of a write-up written up and I just need certain questions answered. Where are we? Courtier. Yeah, I was right. Cool. Okay. Little Monster chooses Courtier chooses Little Monster character. The Little Monster is drunk. The minion who's holding it, or the player who's holding it, is not. It's a oddity where you make the Little Monster functionally is treated as an extra, a completely soul-standing thing that breaks a lot of the normal rules by being its own thing. So the little monster ability is blanked out for 3 nights and 3 days. But no player is made drunk as a result. The Courtier drunk token effectively is attached to the little monster, not to the player. Which does break the normal rule of players are made drunk, not characters.
But see, okay. But we have things in the game that tell us when characters can be drunk, right? The courtier's wording is specifically that you choose a character. The philosopher tells us that the character becomes drunk, and it's even clarified within Almanacs that if a character suddenly comes into play when the philo has chosen it, they become drunk. If that character moves around via a barber or a pit hag deciding to do something real funky and like do their own barbering by turning somebody out and then somebody else into the role that the philo has chosen, like it follows the character. So I think there's absolutely some precedent for the fact that there are some abilities that are choosing characters and they are attached specifically to the character and not necessarily always the player who had that character at the time of the choosing, right?
But counterpoint, it's in both the Philosopher and Courtier Almanacs that the player of the chosen character becomes drunk.
Sure.
While the drunkenness is dictated by who has that character, it is still the player that is drunk. I appreciate where you're going from.
But
we had this rule. I think went in. Where it's players that are drunk, not characters, to solve other issues. But like every time you try and fix an issue, it has effects.
Yeah. So, and like I do get what you're saying, and I do understand the difference that you've pointed out. But I just want to point out that I think that coming to the conclusion that it is the little monster who is drunk and that it stays with the little monster and not with the player, I think that is a reasonable extrapolation that can be made from the fact that we have a precedent that drunking follows character and isn't static on a player.
Yeah, I hear that.
So just to be clear on the answer to that question, would you wake the minis up and ask them to choose who babysits? And if so, would you? Yeah, and if so, would you? And if so, would you ignore their pick? But would you deceive them into thinking that they're picking?
No, wouldn't wake them up at all.
Okay. What can the dreamer see Little Monster?
No.
Okay. Question from B. We'll stick with this question. Actually, we'll come back to B. Messi's question. Rapid fire. Do you think that a courtier or philosopher choosing goon should become goon drunked?
Should. As in, should. Do I agree with the mentality of it? Not
the word "should" is capitalized, so I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically asking about the interaction that is in the almanac, wherein if the courtier chooses the goon, the courtier becomes goon drunk.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think this is tying back into that same conversation we literally just had about players becoming drunk, not characters.
I hate this ruling. I hate it so much. I hate it.
I think I ideologically agree with this one. I think the whole point of the courtier and of other abilities that are going to choose characters in the future, they are choosing a player through the proxy of choosing the character of that player.
I get the logic, and I still hate it.
Trust me when I say that this makes a lot of things easier with other interactions.
Does that hold true for Philo? The Philo is very specifically choosing a character, and is incidentally drunking that player.
Yeah, but I still think the same thing holds true, I think.
Okay. B. Messi's question. Best amnesiac ability you've come up with. Worst, most ridiculous?
I don't know how to judge this. The worst one I had a really genuinely terrible one that would absolutely have broken a game, but the demon killed they executed the amnesiac on day one, and I was like, oh, never mind, that was a relief. Because I realised, like, as the nomination started, I was like, oh no, wait, this is really bad. And I was just in the process of doing that. Right, okay. So they asked. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like I've given them this thing at night, and then they've asked that question, and I've given them a warm, and then I'm desperately trying to work out what else I can give them that's in the same field without being as broken. And then they executed them, and I was like, oh, good, that's a relief. I think the most best and most ridiculous. I think the one I'm going to translate best into the one that resulted in most game fun, and that was it was an amnesiac ability that I gave probably about 18 months ago, if not 2 years, probably 2 years ago now, which was literally just each night I tell you a player that I think you should go and talk to. Like,
Okay.
That's pretty neat.
There was no mechanical use to it. There was nothing helpful on a information scale. It was just, I think this will help you. I think so. You know, you need to talk to this person, and I think the reason I came up with it is I thought it was useful that it doesn't have to just be, you know, you should go get the information that this fortune teller has. It might also be you need to find out that this person is an outsider, like now. So I think that was probably the best one I've come up with. The most ridiculous one that
you should give me that ability in a Vortox game and point at Navian every night.
Fair. I mean, the most ridiculous one that I've played in is obviously +2 Snake Jammers. But most ridiculous one I've run. I don't think I've been particularly ridiculous with my Amnesiacs because I don't think I've run very many Amnesiac games off stream, and I've somewhat been running sane amnesiac abilities to, you know, offset everyone else. But yeah, I'm not sure I've got a particularly ridiculous one off the top of my head. I might come back to this in a minute and be like, oh no, I've just remembered something.
I can tell you a really bad one that Demeta and I came up with. It's I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube, on the Connecticut Blood on the Clock Tower YouTube. But so I really want there to be more resurrection abilities, and in particular, what I definitely want is demons that interact with resurrection. But we decided that, you know, okay, so we have a Shabaloth in this game. We don't want to do a professor. I don't even know if professor was on the script, but we were like, what if we do an amnesiac who's got almost like, you know, a bit of a professor plus ability where like they might be able to get to res multiple people if they make the right choices. And it turns out that was a really bad ability to do. And we realized partway through that like one of our issues was we didn't put limitations that we should have really put. Like we made it just any townsfolk, but we had an evil townsfolk from a bounty hunter, I think. And the amnesiac resurrected the evil townsfolk, and we were like, fuck, that's really bad, but we didn't put this limitation in, and now it's a little too late in the game to suddenly change the amni ability. So I guess we're learning our lesson here.
Fair play. That makes a lot of sense. Like, this is one of the reasons why resurrection isn't a more prevalent.
Yeah, it's hard to actually write a coherent ability for.
Yeah, especially when so much is dictated by people dying and therefore being eliminated from being demon candidates, etc. I have remembered one other example of an amni ability which I really liked, and it wasn't necessarily ridiculous, but it was fun.
Last call for questions, by the way. Go ahead, Ed.
Cool. There was a player who in my group was getting executed early a lot. For a variety of reasons, but basically they just happened to be getting executed early a lot. And I didn't really want to angel protect them or anything. And then they pulled amnesiac, and I gave them the ability, if you are executed, you learn who the demon is. And they never died. Final 3, baby. I was like, it's more amnesiac. Never got woken up. Asked me a load of questions. Got to like a hot. It was like, I think they'd got to the point of, is my ability triggered by something happening during the day? And I was like, yes, hot. They never got executed.
It's like when you try to prove that a machine is broken, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And I maintain that amnesiac ability is what did it. I got them to survive.
As a storyteller with an amnesiac on the script, and if somebody gains the amnesiac ability mid-game, for example, a philosopher or a cannibal, should you add an arbitrary setup modifier to their ability, like +6 demons?
What? So presumably just to make it harder for them to guess?
I mean, for literally no reason.
No. I feel like the answer to this one was inherent in the question, but sure.
That was mostly to kill some time and see if anybody wanted to ask any more questions. They didn't. So, Naveen, do you have any last questions or brief topics?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with brief because it's 2:20 a.m.
Yeah.
I should probably go to bed.
In which case, we will close on the final question, which is one we got earlier, and it was the one that I wanted to close on. Cool. So, Benny Pins asked, Ed said something earlier related to the Widow about how Clock Tower is about empathy. I'd love to hear him talk about that again. Right now, we need broader communities in general that connect that way. I think that a good way to close out would be just to have just for you to quickly talk for a minute or two about that. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, I mean, I couldn't agree more that my grand philosophy of the world as it exists is that we're getting less and less empathic, and we're getting more and more led by demagoguery and yelling into the void, and I hate it. And it's particularly sad because I feel like on a personal level, and I don't mean personal to me, I mean an intrahuman level, at every level we are connecting to more people, and we're being able to talk to more people, and we are being exposed to more people, and there's a very binary response to that. It's human nature is if something new and different is introduced, the natural instinct is to either rail against it or to go and investigate it. There's no middle ground. It's fight or flight. And you know it's so difficult to teach and to learn, and it's such a problem generally that people are yelling and hating because they don't know. The unknown is always scary. There's so many reasons why something different and new is a problem, and so every opportunity I have to extend a hand of, not necessarily, I can't guarantee that it's going to be a hand of agreement, but I would always want to extend a hand of help me understand where you're coming from. What's new? What's the thing here? What is the cause? What is your raison d'etre? What is going on? What is new? What can you teach me? What can we both learn together? And finding the balance of when you turn people away and when you welcome people in is really difficult. And I think that Clock Tower for me has been such a grounding and thought-provoking experience of being exposed to, like I said earlier, everything you do in Clock Tower is about getting into people's heads and learning how to communicate in a way that's going to fit them, and learn both specifically, you're trying to communicate to every individual person and to a group as a whole. And that, I think, is a skill that is vanishing in our society because every example we have on a national, global, community scale is all about shouting to your own supporters and ignoring the rest and just not getting anywhere as a result. So when we sit here and we play this game, which brings us together, which makes us think like each other, which makes us communicate, which puts us in scenarios where it doesn't matter whether you're wildly disparate in your beliefs, your faith, your politics, your grand philosophy of life, or even just the little things, you can play a game together and understand each other and come that little bit closer as a result, regardless of everything else that's getting in the way. And I can never see a world where that's a bad thing. And so everything I do on a community basis, on an individual basis, on a game basis, everything I do in my side jobs, as Alejo referred to them earlier, is I want to help people come together and understand each other and work together wherever I can. And so just these little opportunities, like that little widow interaction I mentioned earlier. I just want to see people understand each other and get on, and I'm eternally grateful. I'm going to point to both of these two, Haleko and Navian, for being people that exposed me to an area of humanity that I didn't know very much about. I will be quite blunt in saying that I learnt a lot about being an ally to the LGBT community from these two, because I didn't know anything, because I was brought up a white boy in posh world, and so that's an opportunity that I would never have had. Well, not would never have had. I have only had because of Clock Tower. I've met a load of people. I got to spend time with them, get into their heads, play games together, and then find common ground. And I think that's what the game can give to all of us, is an opportunity to find common ground with a load of people we wouldn't otherwise find that common ground with, and we'd never have the conversation with, and we'd never learn about.
Ed Gabriel, the Pandemonium Institute, thank you very much for joining us today. Where can people find you? Where can people get in touch with you? Anything that you want to mention as we close out the stream?
You can contact me on, most Discord servers, to be honest. I'm on quite a lot of them. You can also contact any of the Pandemonium Institute email addresses, and that will get through to me. If you have any questions, you're very welcome to DM me on Discord. You can find me on Alejo server and others. Other things that I'd want to mention: if you're in the US, or even if you're not in the US and you're willing to travel there, have a look at the Clock Tower Con Kickstarter. Conventions for Clock Tower are only going to bring more people together and bring people who don't have a chance, who would never have had a chance to meet each other otherwise, into the same place and get us to all have fun together. And if you're not from the US and you can't, there's no way you can go to the convention, maybe throw a few dollars in, because having these sort of convention happen is only going to do more and more for the rest of the community as well.
Navian, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me here every other Monday for Script Notes and on Tuesdays. And you can also find me on Fridays on Connecticut Blood on the Clock Tower.
And also board games.
And yes, I've recently freed up a little bit more of my time, and so was able to come back for us to return to our pandemic legacy scenario.
And you can find me right here, as well as you can find me right here on Monday, every other Monday, Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, usually at around the same time, about 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock UK time. No, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock UK time. That's Tuesdays, Fridays, Sundays, and alternate Mondays. You can also find me easily enough on the Blood on the Clock Tower unofficial Discord. I look forward to seeing you all again next time Navian and I stream, which will be tomorrow.
I look forward to kicking down your no goose signs.
As always. Ed, I hope that we can have you on to talk again. It has been an absolute pleasure.
It's been delightful. Thank you both.
We will see you all tomorrow. Have a very good night.
Night.